Everyone was more than a little stunned by the sight of the massive landmass in front of them. They had seen Verge from far away while traversing the empty void. However, the ice and the pale soil covering it were indistinguishable from the flowing water at a distance. Nothing in the records left behind by the Sybils indicated that the foundation of the city was so monumental either. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of Fallen Grace, was that the Seekers of Truth had established a city at the furthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could, to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sybils, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination like Twilight, maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sunny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the Chainbreaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human, which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense, which posed a problem. Sunny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephis.
So, what are we supposed to do?
Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the Chainbreaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though. So they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way they would become much slower and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city, or even sneak past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar, and come up with the plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephis hesitated for a while, thinking. "What are your opinions?" She addressed the members of the cohort, wishing to make use of their experience and intuition. However, the opinions were split. Some were in favor of leaving the ship behind and using stealth to approach Verge. Others did not trust the treacherous expanse of the desolate landmass and wanted to keep the durable hull of the Chainbreaker between themselves and whatever could be hiding beneath the ice. Sunny himself was undecided as well. He felt somber at the fact that he would not be able to use the shell of the Onyx Serpent in the upcoming battle, considering that Verge lay deep inland. However, there were plenty of other shells he could create by now, including the giant version of his human body, and even though most of them were not as detailed and powerful as the Great Sea Serpent yet, the versatility they offered made up for that. Overall, he felt that having solid ground beneath their feet was a good thing. He was sick and tired of fighting while surrounded by water, away from their natural element, so perhaps not having the hull of the Chainbreaker to rely on was not that bad. Nephis listened to everyone, then turned to Cassia, who had remained silent up until then. "What do you think?" The blind girl was not in a hurry to speak. Thinking for a while, she shrugged and said, "We don't need to decide right now. We wanted to anchor the Chainbreaker and scout the approach to the city stealthily anyway. All that changed is that we can do it on foot now, instead of swimming and flying. So, why don't we explore this desolate place first, before making the final decision?" Sunny moved slightly when she spoke. He threw a long look at the blind girl. then asked nonchalantly,
"What is the best way to explore this place quickly, in your opinion?"
Cassia hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully,
"One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward. The other 2 will move slightly inland, then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the Chainbreaker tomorrow and share what they discovered."
His expression darkened slightly. Nephis, meanwhile, nodded.
"Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another promptly, should the need arise."
She remained silent for a few moments, pondering.
"Mordred should be in the forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. He would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility ability. They could be transported through the mirror realm."
She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort to the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassia would be remaining on the Chainbreaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The 3 teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. However, Sunny disagreed with it. Nephis had offered a good plan, one that was both solid and flexible enough to hopefully keep all of them alive while accomplishing the goal. Each member was assigned a role that suited the situation best, making all 3 teams highly mobile and capable of defending themselves in case there was an ambush. Cassia, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the Chainbreaker, so she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now, he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassia. Was he suspicious of her? Or concerned for her? Or simply acting paranoid? His thoughts muddied by the sin of solace. He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the Chainbreaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassia could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassia had engineered the situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the Chainbreaker alone. Why? Was it to lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl in wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid self-sacrificing quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing Torment away from the city at the cost of her life to let the cohort win. Which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassia's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it, which was why, after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head.
"I disagree. The members of the 3 teams will be able to cover each other, true. But what about the person staying behind on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassia be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat."
Nephis looked at him and frowned slightly. There was a silent question in her eyes, but Sunny pretended not to see it. Eventually, she nodded. "That is a valid concern. Do you have a suggestion?" Sunny shrugged.
"Yeah, I think I should stay on the ship with her. My aspect is the most versatile, so I'll be able to deal with all kinds of situations. That would leave you without a partner, though, so the number of teams should be reduced from 3 to 2. One team consisting of you and Mordred, the other of Effie, Jet, and Kai."
He smiled.
"Mordred can use his Ascended ability to transport both of you, while Kai can carry both Jet and Effie in the Beast Locket. Therefore, everyone will be much safer."
Not to mention that Mordred would not be able to pull any tricks under Neff's nose, considering she was more or less immune to his awakened ability. Nephis stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. "All right, let us proceed with that team composition then." There was no time to waste, and no need to say anything else, so everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped, the baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom, or other members of the cohort, every few hours until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first few days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell anyway. One way or another, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either when the scouts returned or when things went south and the Chainbreaker flew forward to rescue them. The ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the ice. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the somber silver blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the Transcendent and Supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The Crown of Dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in Twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident dragon slayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then, the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred. Wearing his own ascended body, the Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephis. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups, and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view. The 5 members of the cohort were gone, off to scout the approach to Verge. Sunny felt uneasy and worried about their safety, but not tremendously so. Each of them was a powerhouse in their own right and possessed a wealth of experience when it came to moving stealthily through a region infested with nightmare creatures. Nephis, Kai, and Effie were veterans of the Forgotten Shore, where humans had been at the very bottom of the food chain. Effie, who had hunted in the Dark City alone for many years, was especially proficient in navigating dangerous terrain without alerting anyone or anything of her presence. Jet had already been a frightening existence before the Southern Campaign, and grew only more tenacious after going through the disastrous months in the Antarctic Center, followed by serving in the military reconnaissance in East Antarctica. Mordred was by far the most slippery of the 5, so even if Sunny was inclined to care about his well-being, the bastard was the last person in the Tomb of Ariel he would be worried about. So the scouts were more than capable of fulfilling their mission unscathed. If anything, Sunny was more concerned about himself and Cassia. The restlessness he had felt for the past few months reached an apex, telling him that something was about to happen. The Sin of Solace was not shy about voicing his opinions either.
You've done it now, fool. What madness made you think that staying here alone with her was a good idea? It wasn't me, that's for sure. Now you are completely defenseless against whatever new betrayal she had in mind, with no one to cover your back.
Sunny looked at him somberly, then turned away. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were still aboard the Chainbreaker, so the loathsome Wraith was wrong. There was someone to cover his back. There were plenty.
No, that's wrong.
Why would he even need that? Cassia was not going to betray the cohort. That was just his paranoia talking. Sunny frowned, realizing that this state of his was a bit concerning. He had grown so used to the Sin of Solace that listening to the apparition's poison was already a habit. It had failed to drive him insane due to Sunny's robust mental defenses, but maybe the sinister whispers of the cursed sword were having some effect on him after all. Then again, maybe it was simply the result of the incredible mental strain he had been exposed to in the Tomb of Ariel.
Is that how the Mad Prince started to slip as well?
Feeling grim, Sunny filtered out the incessant whispers of the sword wraith and went about his business. Cassia softly landed the Chainbreaker on the water and brought it close to the shore of the ice inland, hiding it in the shadow of a tall rock mound. Sunny moored the ship, making sure that the ropes could be cut at a moment's notice. Then there was nothing for him to do but wait and remain on guard. While Sunny was consumed by alarm and doubt, Cassia seemed perfectly at ease. If she had been surprised by his sudden decision to stay back, which in all honesty went against how he would usually act, she did not show it. The blind girl remained at the stern of the ship, ready to activate the runic circle and send the Chainbreaker into the air the moment there was danger. Sunny, meanwhile, was in charge of watching out for said danger. One of his shadows continued to keep an eye on Cassia, while the other 5 spread out to have a better view of the environment. He commanded Saint and Fiend to remain on the ship, and sent Nightmare to hide in the shadows on the top of the mound they were moored to. Hours passed in tense silence, with nothing happening. It was strange, really. Torment had been like a scarecrow in Sunny's mind. He had enjoyed the benefit of having Cassia around for long enough to know how potent and miraculous, albeit not applicable in a direct confrontation for the most part, her powers were. So, he was understandably wary of the defiled version of the blind seer. Not to mention if that defiled was a saint. What was Torment's transformation ability? How had her abilities grown, and what was she capable of? There were no answers, which only made Sunny feel more nervous. If there was one thing he did know, however, it was that the last plague would be attuned to fate and revelations to an incredible degree, which meant that she would have means of knowing when she was in danger. The arrival of the cohort was definitely a dire danger. They had already exterminated the other plagues after all, so Sunny had been fully prepared to fight their way to Verge through a sea of abominations. However, there had been no one waiting for them when they descended from the Black Void. There was no one laying in ambush at the shores of the frozen landmass either. Even now, when the members of the cohort had split up into 3 teams, nothing appeared to attack them while they were separated from each other. Why was that? Was Torment perhaps unable to receive any visions of fate in the tomb of Ariel, just like Cassia was unable to see anything except darkness in hers? That would certainly make things easier. If Cassia was really unable to see the future, was Torment's strange passivity the result of the Mad Prince's schemes? Sunny was full of alarm and ready for something perilous to happen. But nothing was happening. That only added to his frustration. Cassia remained on the stern, acting like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Hours slowly passed, and then night came. The 7 suns drowned in the water, and the great river ignited with a soft, iridescent glow. Even the massive plain of ice shone dimly, illuminating itself with a pale, ghostly radiance. Bathed in that radiance, pillars of black stone were like a forest of colossal dead trees. Sunny remained on the deck for a while, looking in the direction of Verge and wondering how the members of the cohort were doing. After a while, he went to the stern and spoke with Cassia about taking turns guarding the ship.
My shadows will wake me up instantly if something happens. So, if there's danger, just keep yourself alive for a few seconds. I'll be there before you know it.
The blind girl nodded seriously.
Of course. Go, and try to rest well. There probably won't be a chance to do so after the scouts return.
Sunny hesitated for a bit, then descended below deck and entered his cabin. Laying down on his cot, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He also controlled his heartbeat and breathing, making them as calm and natural as he could, pretending to be asleep. But of course, Sunny was not asleep. Instead, he was observing Cassia. If she really intended to do something in secret, and his decision to stay behind put a wrench in her plans, now would be the perfect moment for her to act. And indeed, after some time passed, Cassia did. Laying in the darkness while pretending to be asleep, Sunny suppressed the desire to frown. Cassia had left the runic circle, picked up the guiding light, and slowly walked across the deck. As she did, a hurricane of white sparks rose around her, slowly forming into a humanoid figure. It was the echo of the defiled Sibyl she had received in Fallen Grace. The eerie thing had survived Twilight, although just barely. Now, her wounds were healed. Even her flowing red dress mended itself, as did her veil. The echo followed the blind seer, the hem of her red garment hovering a couple centimeters above the ancient wood. Just like always, her movements were too smooth to be the result of walking. Sunny had seen what was hiding behind that dress once, and he never wanted to see it again. Nevertheless, he continued watching. By then, Cassia had passed the sacred tree and was most of the way to the bow of the ship, near Ananka's ketch. She did not, however, proceed any further. Stopping near the ketch, she silently gave a command to her echo. Soon the boat was lowered into the water. The masts were affixed in their grooves, and the sails were raised. Gliding down with the help of the quiet dancer, Cassia took a seat at the helmsman's bench and summoned a different memory. It was a wooden staff she had used on the Forgotten Shore, one of the 3 memories from her first nightmare. The Endless Spring was now with Sunny, the Evertwine was with Nephis, and only the staff remained in Cassia's own soul arsenal. Its enchantment was capable of summoning wind. Aiming the staff at the sails of the ketch, Cassia activated the enchantment and sent the boat moving away from the chainbreaker. Sunny's shadow, of course, was already hiding under one of the masts. Back in his cabin, Sonny continued to pretend to be asleep. The night was silent, with only the sound of waves breaking against the hull of the chainbreaker disturbing the quiet. The water glowed softly, and bathed in that glow, Ananka's catch was slowly traveling along the shore of the frozen land. God damn it. Although Sonny was more or less certain that Cassia was hiding something, he had hoped to be proven wrong until the very last moment. However, he had been right all along.
You mean I was right?
The grating voice of the Sin of Solace sounded like thunder in the silence. Sonny refused to react, knowing that Cassia was most likely perceiving the world through his senses. As long as he kept his eyes closed and controlled his breathing and heartbeat, though, she had no way of knowing that he was awake, because she could only share the senses of those marked by her ability, not read their thoughts.
That's the question, though, is it?
The Sword Wraith laughed.
Am I just a figment of your imagination? Or am I more real than you give me credit for? If it's the former, then I am merely a thought construct, and Cassia has no way of knowing of my presence. She said so herself, back on Alethia's island. But can anything she said be trusted? Because if she does hear me, then your little performance was just rendered useless. Oh, sorry.
Sitting in the ketch, Cassia showed no sign of having heard what the Sin of Solace said, and yet, by now, Sonny knew that she was a remarkable actress. Her effortless switch between her usual unassuming persona and the magnetic image of dusk was proof. Could Cassia perceive the Sin of Solace? Or not? If not, then how had she become aware of the time loop on Alethia's island? What was she trying to accomplish right now? He forced himself to remain motionless, continuing to observe her.
I'll wait until she is about to exit the range of shadow control before taking action.
Sonny could control his shadows from a vast distance. It was also the maximum distance to which he could travel via shadow step. So, as long as Cassia remained within that range, he would be able to appear next to her in an instant. And by remaining passive, he would hopefully learn what secret Cassia was keeping and what she was planning. Knowing that, he would be able to decide what to do. If she was going to leave the range at which he could reach her, though, then all bets were off. Sonny was not about to let Cassia put herself in danger, and just on the off chance that what she wanted to do could put the rest of the cohort in harm's way, he had to intervene as well. He had remained silent and tolerant of her for long enough. Today, on the eve of the decisive battle of this dreadful nightmare, the truth would come out, one way or another. The ketch continued to sail along the shore of the icy island, surrounded by the beautifully glowing water. Up above, the night sky was impenetrably dark, hiding numerous legions of slumbering horrors. Somewhere, not too far away, the abominable remains of Alethia of the Nine were sprawling through the city of Verge, waiting to be destroyed by the challengers of the Tomb of Ariel, or infect their souls and bodies with seeds of corruption, making them a part of her defiled legion. Cassia sailed further and further away from the chainbreaker, making Sonny feel grave. The Sin of Solace continued to whisper into his ear, spouting all kinds of vile accusations. Finally, to Sonny's indignation, he felt the sailboat was getting too far away. If he lingered any longer, the ketch would slip from his reach, cutting his connection to the shadow. So, taking a deep sigh, Sonny opened his eyes and dissolved into shadows. A moment later, he stepped out of them inside the ketch, standing a few meters away from Cassia. She was sitting on the helmsman's bench, accompanied by her echo. Her face was illuminated by the soft radiance of the guiding light and the pale glow of the iridescent water. Sonny's face, meanwhile, was drowning in shadows. Letting out a sigh, Sonny looked at the blind girl and asked, his voice neutral, "Where are you going?" After asking the question, Sunny sat down on a bench across from Cassia. There they were, alone in a boat. Just the two of them. Or, rather, the four of them. The Sin of Solace landed on the bench next to Sunny, a sinister smile twisting his lips. His face was hateful, just like always. Of course, it was also the exact same face as Sunny's. Cassia was sitting on the helm's bench a few meters away from them, holding the steering oar. The echo of the dead Sybil was there too, side by side with her. Since both were wearing flowing garments of vibrant red fabric, traditional for the priestesses of fallen grace, they looked quite similar too. The most visible difference between them was that Cassia's exquisite face was bare, while the monstrous Echo was wearing a veil. Cassia's beautiful blue eyes were full of life as well, even though she was blind. The Sybil's eyes, though, were eerily empty and devoid of life. Her hollow stare made shivers run down Sunny's spine. He felt that way every time he saw an echo of a human. Granted, this one was made in the image of a human who had succumbed to the defilement. The four of them sat opposite each other, surrounded by invisible tension. Despite Sunny's sudden appearance, though, Cassia remained calm. She deactivated the enchantment of her wooden staff and lowered it, then said in an even voice,
"I thought you were asleep."
A faint smile appeared on Sunny's lips.
Did you?
He had been reasonably sure that his small act had fooled the blind seer, but now that he saw her lack of reaction, a worm of doubt entered his mind. Had she known he was pretending all along? The Sin of Solace chuckled, staring at Cassia with hate and disdain in his gaze.
It seems that you've been played like a fiddle, pitiful worm. Even after all my warnings. Gods, how frustrating. You should have struck this traitor down long ago. Just look at her. She must despise you just as much as I do.
The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched, but he suppressed the desire to rebuke the sword wraith. That, however, only gave the apparition the opportunity to press his mocking tirade.
You truly are a revolting creature, are you not? A lowly, despicable slave. And look, here is the woman who made you into a slave. She betrayed you once, and yet you allowed the snake to worm her way back into your good graces. You've forgotten her sins, and as gratitude, the blind traitor is about to stab you in the back once again.
At that point, Cassia took a deep breath. Then, she turned her head slightly, facing the Sin of Solace, and spoke, her voice trembling with long-suppressed anger.
"Can you shut your foul mouth, wretch? Who asked you to talk? Be quiet for once."
Sunny was taken a little aback by that show of emotion. The Sin of Solace stared at her vindictively, but did fall silent. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sunny smiled too.
So you can perceive him after all.
Cassia's mask of composure had finally cracked, revealing an ocean of emotion raging below. However, she regained that composure in a moment and scoffed, throwing a contemptuous glance at the sword wraith.
"So what if I can?"
Sunny shrugged.
You lied to me, though, on Alethia's island, when you said that you couldn't.
Cassia met his gaze without flinching. Her voice was even.
"So what if I lied? Yes, I can perceive that insufferable wraith through you. I can also perceive your shadows and what they see. What about it?"
He sighed.
Damnation.
So, he was wrong all along. Sunny had assumed that Cassia's ascended ability did not affect his shadows, since they were separate beings from him, and she did not have shadow sense. She had also never shown or acted upon the ability to mark his shadows, so Sunny had been fooled, played like a fool even. He was still smiling, but that smile did not reach his eyes.
So, you were aware that I had been watching you for the past few months?
She shrugged.
"Sure."
If Cassia was aware that Sunny was suspicious of her, then the situation was completely different from how he imagined it to be. Not only would she have been able to hide her secrets from him, but even the things she had shown him had been shown on purpose, like the chamber with the well and the countless journals stored in a runic chest. Knowing that his shadows were watching her, Cassia would only be able to act freely if she was outside the range of shadow control. That was why she wanted to stay behind while Sunny joined the scouting teams. His pupils widened slightly. No. If Cassia had known that he was suspicious of her, she would have known that he would refuse to leave her alone on the Chainbreaker as well. They were too familiar with each other for her to fail predicting that action of his, which meant that the blind seer's true purpose was not to remain alone on the flying ship. Instead, it was for the two of them to remain there together, away from the other members of the cohort. And he had done exactly what she wanted him to do. Suddenly, a hint of a strange and cold emotion settled in Sunny's heart. Was it fear? Yes, it was. It was the fear of fighting a battle of schemes against a powerful oracle. Cassia might not have been the strongest of them in a direct confrontation, but being caught in a net of schemes and manipulation that someone who could see the future had created was honestly nothing short of terrifying. Sunny deemed himself a master of deceit and manipulation. There was only one person he had met who could truly be considered a fearsome adversary in that field, Mordred. But now, he was quickly reconsidering that statement. Actually, there was another contender among them, and that newcomer was perhaps the most fearsome of the three. Looking at the blind girl, who remained calm and composed, Sunny leaned back and asked, his tone relaxed. "So, why did you want to see me alone, Cassia?" He lingered for a moment, and then added, his voice remaining even. "Or should I call you Torment?" The words had been said, echoing in the beautiful darkness of the glowing night. Devoid of the wind, the sails of the ketch fell down. The boat slowly came to a stop, drifting in the current. Cassia remained silent for a few moments, as motionless as the echo of the defiled Sibyl sitting by her side. Then she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement, "Should I call you the Mad Prince, then?" As Sunny's expression changed, she chuckled lightly. "Gods, come now. I know that you only asked that question to probe me for a reaction, but how does it make sense? I'm not Torment." Sunny frowned, disappointed at the fact that he had not been able to get more out of Cassia. He was considering his next question silently when she turned to face her echo and said, throwing his thoughts into disarray, "She is." He froze, stunned by those words. Then, Sunny slowly moved his gaze to the silent echo. The red garment, the empty gaze, the veil hiding her face. How? Back when they met in Fallen Grace, Cassia said that she came to possess this echo after slaying the Sibyl, who had succumbed to the defilement on the day of her entering the nightmare. The two looked alike, true, but both Sunny and Nephis simply assumed that it was because both the slain woman and Dusk had been Sibyls ruling the same city. The echo was too eerie and revolting, making Sunny unwilling to learn what was hiding behind the red veil. Therefore, he had never tried to look at the creature's face. The most he had done was glance at its weave. But even then, most of his attention had been focused on the artificial echo created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the long-destroyed blade mannequin. Now, however, Cassia raised her hand and pulled on the echo's veil, removing it. Underneath it, an exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, one identical to her own, but devoid of life. The echo of the Sibyl of Torment was hollow and expressionless, like all echoes were. There was a subtle expression on Cassia's face, though, a strange mix of revulsion, sorrow, and even a hint of tenderness. It was not every day that one chanced to look upon a soulless copy of their own dead self, after all. Gears were spinning in Sunny's head at impossible speed, trying to digest the stunning revelation of the eerie echo's true nature. Torment is dead? She had been dead all along. Of course, he had suspected that something like that was the case. That suspicion was a recent one and had only entered his mind after they landed near Verge. Sunny could not accept that the fearsome oracle of the defilement was not aware of their approach. It would have been fine if it was just Mordred and him, wearing Weaver's mask. Both of them could hide themselves from divination, but the other members of the cohort had no defense against those who were attuned to fate, which made any attempts at hiding useless. Nevertheless, the Chainbreaker had not been ambushed as it left the Black Void. The forces of the defilement had not descended upon them once they reached the vast island of ice either. It was as though Torment had somehow been prevented from acting against them, or was not in Verge at all. Which was strange, considering that she had successfully gotten rid of the Dreadlord and was supposed to be the new tyrant of the defiled city. He contemplated the thought that the Mad Prince had schemed against the last plague as well. But the truth was much more stunning. Cassia had never received an echo for slaying the defiled Sibyl. There was no echo of a Sibyl. He shivered. Why keep it a secret then? Instead, she had received this echo for slaying Torment herself. Cassia had killed her defiled copy long before Sunny and Nephis even arrived at Fallen Grace. He shivered. Why keep it a secret then? Cassia studied the echo's face for a while, then sighed and turned away. After a short pause, she said in a slightly stifled tone, "I suggest you don't look her in the eyes for too long. It's rather unpleasant." He hurriedly looked away. Sunny slowly gathered his thoughts, still reeling from the shock. He was struggling to grasp the new information. It was too staggering, changing everything he had known about the nightmare. Eventually, he asked, his voice even, "When?" Cassia shrugged. "It was about 6 months after I became Dusk, I think. Of course, that was not the first time we met, just the last." Sunny remembered the chamber hidden under the Temple of Dusk, with a breach in its floor, leading to the depths of the great river. Was that how Torment had entered Fallen Grace and come into contact with Cassia? Was that where they had fought, and where the defiled oracle died? But how could it be possible? How could Cassia have defeated a harrowing plague alone, despite all the time Torment should have had to accumulate power and information to prepare for their eventual clash? Staring at two identical beautiful faces, one familiar and full of life, the other alien and empty, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Can you put that veil back on?" He hated human echoes, and he hated to see the echo of one of his closest friends even more. Looking at the soulless copy of Torment was like looking at Cassia's corpse, which made him feel disgusted. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, then put the veil back on, hiding the echo's face behind it. Torment's empty eyes, however, remained visible. Staring at Sunny without any emotion, Cassia sighed. "At least she is at peace now. That is a mercy." Sunny shifted his gaze, studied her for a few moments, and then asked his next question. "How?" The blind girl smiled. "How else? Of course it was arranged by the Mad Prince." She fell silent for a second, and then added, her voice wistful, "By the Mad Prince and Torment herself, to be precise. The two of them, you see, were behind all of this together." The ketch was drifting in the current, slowly being pulled toward the icy shore. Cassia remained motionless on the helmsman's bench, her hand resting on the steering oar's handle. Her unseeing gaze was distant. After a while, she sighed. "I guess I should explain it from the start." A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. "That would certainly be nice, considering that you have arranged for this moment for that exact purpose." By then, he had plenty of time to realize that Cassia had manipulated the events of the previous days for the exact purpose of having this conversation with Sunny, away from the ears of their companions. Why? What did she want to achieve? And why now, just before the final battle of this nightmare? Did they have to talk alone because the Mad Prince and Torment had orchestrated this entire cycle of the Great River alone? He was about to find out. Sunny felt a lot of pressure drain from his heart, knowing that Torment was gone, and the only obstacle between the cohort and salvation was the harrowing but mindless First Seeker. But at the same time, he was on edge because of what was happening between him and Cassia. The ease with which she was revealing her secrets was ominous. The blind girl remained silent for a moment, then picked up the guiding light and rested it on her shoulder, the light of the radiant crystal affixed to its top illuminating her face.
I did not lie when I said that I only saw darkness in my visions after entering the nightmare.
Sunny shifted slightly.
Why is she bringing that up?
Cassia smiled.
However, that was not because of the nature of the Tomb of Ariel itself. Rather, my inability to perceive its secrets was engineered by Torment. My abilities were suppressed with the help of a sorceress item. You should be able to guess what that item was.
Sunny's eyes narrowed. An image appeared in his memory of golden shackles wrapped around Cassia's hands, connected by a golden chain. The chain she had broken before leaving Fallen Grace. The blind girl nodded.
Yes, those shackles were worn by dusk, and therefore they were on my wrists the moment I entered the nightmare. Dusk had not created the suppression enchantment, though. Instead, it was Torment. She had countless years to prepare for my eventual return, after all.
Sunny raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning grim.
Why break them then?
Cassia shrugged.
Because I needed to, in order to survive what was to come. Alethia's island. Twilight. We would not have made it out alive if my powers were crippled. So it was worth the risk. Plus, the visions come to me in my dreams, and your shadow, Nightmare, has been destroying my dreams one after another. So I was safe from learning the truth of the estuary as long as we were together.
She paused for a moment and continued, her voice growing quieter.
My past self, one who was destined to become Torment, did not have that luxury, though. In her own cycle, she managed to create the suppression enchantment to protect herself from the truth. But she knew that the Mad Prince was coming for her, and she could not escape him.
A strange smile appeared on her face.
Then again, she wasn't planning to. She did, however, create several countermeasures to achieve her goals, even after her soul and sanity were consumed by corruption.
Cassia pointed at the silent echo sitting by her side.
This echo is not very powerful, you see, because most of Torment's power simply cannot be used by an echo. Her power has to do with memories, with remembering and forgetting, something that echoes aren't capable of. So, she put restrictions into her own mind, turning herself into a broken person who acted according to a set of predetermined choices, almost as if creating a crude, miniature version of fate.
She shook her head.
Of course, that alone was not enough to escape the madness of corruption. No matter how well she prepared, the defilement was going to turn her into a being who could not be controlled. Unless, of course, she received help from the Mad Prince, who was able to preserve a fragment of his humanity thanks to that loathsome wraith of yours. With his help, she could truly turn her defiled self into an instrument of her will.
Sunny shifted slightly and asked, his voice full of doubt.
And how could they accomplish that? How could a defiled saint be controlled?
Cassia faced him and remained silent for a few moments, then smiled.
How else? By making the Dreadlord use his authority against her, of course. The Mad Prince added fuel to the paranoia the Tyrant of Verge felt toward Torment, and then put the idea of what commands to give her into his mind. Therefore, 2 of the plagues became capable of resisting their vile natures to a degree, and thus Torment and the Mad Prince became perfect conspirators.
She moved, steering the oar slightly, turning the ketch so that its bow faced the nearing shore of the ice island.
After the plagues reached the estuary and used it to invade the next cycle of the Great River, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Eventually, The Mad Prince trapped 2 of the plagues on Alethia's island and 2 more in Twilight. Then he finished the estuary key and entered the source, becoming you."
Sunny looked at her somberly, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the echo of Torment.
Why didn't Torment do the same then? Why remain and come into contact with you? Why attack you, forcing you to kill her?
Cassia's expression turned cold. She lingered for a while, then smiled darkly.
"The Mad Prince had to enter the source to make sure that you possessed the key of the estuary at the start of the nightmare, thus protecting you from the truth harbored by the Sin of Solace. Perhaps he could have created a memory that contained both the suppression enchantment and the enchantment that would allow it to be transferred to me at the start of the cycle, but one of the 2 had to stay behind."
Shadows suddenly danced across Cassia's beautiful face as she lowered the guiding light.
"That was because Torment had a message to deliver to me, so that her wish could be fulfilled, and that message could only be delivered face to face.
She took a deep breath.
So she infiltrated Fallen Dusk and modified the shackles that bound Dusk. She also wrote an accord of what happened in the previous cycles and left it for me to read. Finally, she crawled into the Temple of Dusk and met me, delivering the message."
Cassia's voice turned cold, and her expression became ruthless.
"However, she was a defiled, and unlike the Mad Prince, she did not have a whisper of Arya to keep her from losing all of her humanity. All she had was a cruel weave of restrictions and commands to push her toward the desired outcome, and that weave was not flawless."
She looked at Sunny without any humor in her eyes.
"So, after completing the mission of delivering her message to me, she instantly attempted to consume me. She was still being held back by the authority of the Dreadlord, though, and she died by my hand instead."
There was silence for a while. The ketch reached the shore of the icy island and scraped against it. Coming to a stop, Sunny stared at Cassia, his thoughts in turmoil.
"So, she knew everything all along."
It took him a long time to learn the truth about the Great River, the source and the estuary, the 6 plagues and their connection to the members of the cohort, and the purpose behind the schemes of the Mad Prince and Torment, to be precise. The 2 defiled horrors were partners in crime in more than one sense. Even though Torment was barely a living being, from what Cassia had told him, her mind shattered and her will chained by the restrictions of her own creation and the authority of the Dreadlord. In a sense, Sunny had been right. The Mad Prince indeed had a plan in place to remove Torment from the cohort's path. She had been used and discarded, sent to be slaughtered by Cassia in Fallen Grace. He did not doubt for a moment that the outcome of their fight had been calculated by the vile madman in advance. The only thing he was not sure about was if Torment knew about it and went to her death willingly, or at least as much as she had been capable of exercising her broken will. There were numerous questions on his mind, but 2 of them were the most important. What was the message Torment had to deliver? And why had Cassia not shared her knowledge with the cohort?
The answer to the second question should be evident by now.
Whether Cassia intended to or not, she had let it slip. When she told him about the version of her from the previous cycle, the one that had eventually become Torment, turned into a defiled abomination by the previous version of him, she had said that the Cassia of the past had never intended to escape the defilement, that she had known of the future the Mad Prince was planning, and allowed herself to be infected with the defilement by him, despite that, which meant that Cassia had been scheming long before that happened, that she had needed to be defiled for some reason, before escaping corruption come the next cycle. He gritted his teeth.
"So you knew all along and kept quiet. You did not share any of that knowledge with us, acting surprised when we learned the dreadful truths of this nightmare. Did you not think at least once that maybe it would be good for us to know what we were getting ourselves into before plunging ourselves into the sea of danger and suffering?"
Cassia faced him calmly.
"Why? Because sharing my knowledge has worked so well in the past? Sure, Sunny. You of all people should know how dangerous knowledge is, what knowing something that you aren't supposed to know can do, and what revealing secrets can destroy.
She turned away.
What would it have changed if I had told you? We would have still needed to go to Alethia's island. We would have still needed to go to Twilight. Sure, we could have prepared better for what was waiting for us ahead, but I am not omniscient. I only know that much. Would it have made a difference? Or would it have just made us complacent and arrogant, leading to our deaths?
The blind girl smiled sadly.
Most of all, would any of our preparations have been more thorough than what the Mad Prince in Torment had already prepared for us?
She shook her head.
So I think I will keep my knowledge to myself. That way, at least I won't be blamed for the decisions the rest of you make when you make them.
Sunny laughed bitterly and stared at her, his eyes full of dark amusement.
Oh, now you decide to keep your knowledge to yourself. Good, good. It's just a pity that you couldn't do the same on the Forgotten Shore before turning me into a damned slave.
He had not planned to bring the distant past up, but hearing Cassia say those words, all of the resentment he had buried in his heart suddenly flooded to the surface. Perhaps it was not unexpected, though. All this time, Sunny had hated the fact that he was made a slave by Nephis. Nephis had not used that power against him, so that hatred of his was more of an abstract thing, born from fear of what could potentially happen, not that it made it invalid. Recently, however, the situation had changed. The harm Shadow Bond was doing him had turned from abstract to very real. Its existence was the thing that stood between him and Nephis like an impregnable wall, making the idea of them having a future together seem beyond reach. That was what Cassia had taken from him as well. Cassia turned sharply and stared at him, her mask of composure barely holding.
You know why I did what I did. I was young and naive back then. Stupid and helpless. I know better now.
Sunny raised his hands and clapped them, applauding her.
Good for you. Really? What stunning growth. But
he lingered for a few moments and then said through gritted teeth,
But you know you never even apologized for taking my freedom away, so I guess you aren't that burdened by having done that.
She flinched. The cold winds rose, making the sails of the ketch flutter. Nevertheless, it stayed in place, its bow lodged into the icy shore of the desolate land. Cassia remained silent for a while. Then she said, her voice trembling slightly,
But I did. I apologized.
Sunny raised an eyebrow.
Somehow I don't remember, and I would have remembered something like that. When did you ever apologize for what you had done to me?
The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly,
It was right after we escaped from the Soul Devourer, when we were sailing across the dark sea on the boat Nephis made.
Stunned, Sunny stared at her for a few moments. Then his face was twisted by a grimace of anger.
What? What the hell did you say? You apologized in advance? Almost an entire year before we stormed the Crimson Spire. What kind of crap is that? Does it make sense in that twisted little head of yours?
Subjected to his anger, Cassia lowered her head. Then, however, a cold expression appeared on her face. She looked up, facing him again.
Sure. Yes, Sunny, you're right. That was cowardly of me.
A fragile smile appeared on her face.
But what is the worth of saying sorry? It wouldn't have changed anything. Words are worthless. If someone is truly sorry, they should express it through their actions, don't you think?
Sunny chuckled.
And what have you done to redeem your mistake, huh? What can you even do? It can't be undone.
Cassia remained silent for a while, and then suddenly pierced him with a fierce gaze. Even though he knew that she could not see, at that moment, Sunny did not remember it. Her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke.
Says who?
He was slightly taken aback. Glancing at her with a frown, Sunny raised an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Cassia smiled bitterly.
Who says that it can't be undone? Who says that it's impossible?
She shook her head.
So what if it's impossible? I'll do it anyway.
Sunny stared at her in bewilderment.
What the hell are you talking about?
Cassia raised her hands and rubbed her wrists where the golden shackles had once been.
What else? I'm talking about breaking fate, Sunny. Wasn't that what you wanted to do too? Wasn't that your entire goal too? I wish to break fate as well.
She lowered her head for a moment, then said quietly,
Everything. I've done everything I've endured. It was all for this moment. It's so impossibly hard to break fate. No matter how fiercely you attack it, it strikes back with 10 times the force. My true name, Song of the Fallen, means that I am destined to witness the fates of others and carry the memories of them long after they are gone. To be a witness, powerless to change what I see. Well, I refuse. I don't want a fate like that at all.
Then a faint smile bloomed on her delicate face.
It is impossible to break fate with a strike. But what about 1,000 strikes? 10,000 strikes? If each one of them damages its tapestry a little bit, misaligns its strings by a tiny fraction, obstructs its flow by a minuscule amount, then, put together, they can tear fate apart. One just needs a sharp enough weapon.
Cassia faced Sunny, allowing him to look her in the eye.
I intend to give you a chance to become such a weapon, Sunny.
Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The bad premonition he had felt was back, making him tense with fright.
What did you do? What did you do, Cassia?
She shrugged.
What did I do? This and that. Some of it was easy, and some of it was hard. All of it, though, all of it was almost unbearable. But not for long now, because I'm about to be free of that burden.
Sunny stared at her, his eyes slowly widening. Suddenly, he saw many of Cassia's actions in a new light, and the implication of what he saw was so vast and terrifying that it made him shudder.
You planned it all from the start, didn't you?
She smiled softly, then shook her head.
Not all of it. It's impossible to plan for all of it. I might know a lot and see a lot, but I am not omniscient, Sunny. The trick, though, is to plan enough of it so that when the unexpected happens, it could still become a part of the plan.
He looked aside, distracted by the glow of the guiding light.
You've been manipulating the events of this cycle all along. That time in the drowned temple, I failed to discover the hidden compartment where the sacred relic was hidden. So you did it for me. Wait. No.
As Cassia looked at him with a faint smile, Sunny paled.
It started long before the nightmare. During the battle where the 7 saints came together. You manipulated the battle formation so that I could finish off the defiled Seeker of Truth.
He stopped talking as a shiver ran through his body.
No. Even before that.
When did it start? When did Cassia begin to weave her grandiose plan, manipulating everyone, from the firekeepers following her, to the leaders of the great clans, into doing her bidding? A powerful oracle was indeed a terrifying existence, especially one as ambitious, but at the same time quiet and unnoticeable, as Cassia had turned out to be. Finally, Sunny looked at her, utterly stunned. His expression was frozen.
It was.
Even saying it aloud was difficult. Each word immeasurably heavy because of the weight of all the implications.
It was back on the Chained Isles, when I came to you, intending to recruit you to challenge the second nightmare together. And you told me that you received a vision of us dying in the winter. You've already been planning for today all the way back then.
Sunny stared at Cassia, struggling to believe how deep the roots of her mysterious scheme went. He noted recently that the blind girl's personality changed drastically after the cruel words he had thrown at her at the underground level of the Academy's medical complex, right after the Forgotten Shore. That was when she had begun to weave her spiderweb, most likely.
Looking at the young woman sitting across from him, meeting his gaze with dark and defiant pride, he felt a chill running down his spine.
Which one of us is worthy of being called the heir of Weaver, even?
Cassia had just as high of an affinity to fate as him, after all, if not higher. He took a deep breath, feeling stifled.
Yes, it was back then. Looking back, it didn't make a lot of sense, did it? You had just been burned by blindly believing a vision of yours to catastrophic results. And yet, you seem to not question the validity of us dying come winter, even though that vision of yours could only be called vague at best.
Cassia had seen the two of them falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by snow. She told Sunny that they would die in the winter, but in the end, the events of that vision happened in November, when the Night Temple was destroyed in a terrible battle between Skytide and St. Cormac.
You already knew that it did not mean our deaths. And yet, you made me think otherwise. But why?
Cassia remained silent, but Sunny's eyes widened, a flash of frightening understanding illuminating his restless mind.
It was because I was planning to challenge the second nightmare in the winter, but you needed me to move the plan forward and aim to reach the seed in the Ivory Tower by the end of autumn. What changed because I listened to your vision and adjusted the timing of the expedition?
A dark, dangerous light ignited in the depths of his eyes. Sunny gasped.
Because St. Cormac was away from the Night Temple until the end of autumn, which means that he wouldn't have been able to stop Mordred from escaping his cage.
Cassia shifted slightly, continued to face him without saying anything. But she did not need to. Once Sunny pulled on the thread, the tangled web of her hidden actions started to unravel itself. All he needed to do to understand all of it, or at least most of it, was to continue pulling. Remembering the horrid agony the two of them endured in the Night Temple, side by side, Sunny shuddered and felt rage fill his veins.
You knew about Mordred all along. You must have learned of his existence before he even learned of yours. When you were anchored at the Night Temple, even though neither you nor your cohort were allowed to enter the inner parts of the Citadel. Later, you left for the Sanctuary, and then went on an expedition to reclaim a sapling of the sacred tree, knowing that I would come to you, and carry the mirror shard that would allow that bastard to escape to the doorstep of his jail.
Sunny and Cassia had come very close to dying in the cage of Valor's secretive citadel. Knowing that she had expected the Mad Prince of the Great Clan to escape, and for them to be embroiled in the horror that followed his release, made it all seem even more disturbing. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, stunned by the ruthlessness with which Cassia had treated herself. By then, he had already been an awakened monster and armed with the power of his divine aspect. He had a much easier time surviving the imprisonment in the Night Temple. She, however, did not possess multiple soul cores or an aspect that could augment her endurance and resilience. So Cassia had suffered much more in that cage. Shaking his head in stunned silence, he said quietly,
You wanted Mordred to escape. Why did you want him to be free?
There were all kinds of answers to this question. The most obvious one was that Cassia had needed the cohort to enter the second nightmare sooner rather than later, and do it in the company of the Prince of Nothing as well. The very fact of his escape had put a crack in the potential relationship Sunny could have had with the great clan Valor, putting him in conflict with them at the moment when Nephis returned to the waking world, which, in turn, pushed her into accepting their terms and becoming an adopted daughter of Valor. There were numerous other consequences of that single event Cassia had helped happen, spreading outward into the future. Mordred was a singular existence, so the fact that he was free to roam the two worlds had changed too much. From the events of the second nightmare to the conclusion of the war the great clans had waged in Antarctica. Which of these events had been planned by Cassia? Which had been mere coincidences? Which were coincidences that she had nimbly incorporated into her grand design
adapting to the changing circumstances with stunning speed. Just like she had perceived and calculated numerous futures with incredible speed while fighting the defiled Sibyl in the drowned temple, it was impossible to tell. Cassia's design was a bit like the Tapestry of Fate, which she claimed to wish to destroy. The details could change or be influenced by unforeseen circumstances, but these sudden twists were only minor disturbances in the flow she willed into existence. The currents changed, but the direction of the tide always remained the same, pulling everything it touched to an unchanging conclusion. All Sunny could do was determine the points in time when Cassia had influenced the events openly, and try to glean her purpose from that. He rose from his seat and walked to the bow of the ketch, unable to remain in place. His mind was too tumultuous for that.
Mordred, you remained pretty passive in the second nightmare, didn't you? The only time you shared your knowledge of the future with me was to tell me that he couldn't be allowed to enter the Ivory Tower.
Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled crookedly.
But then, what you really wanted to achieve was not preventing him from entering the Ivory Tower, was it? It was making sure that he entered the Ebony Tower instead, and collected whatever it was that Nether had left there. By telling me that one sentence, you achieved exactly that.
He felt as if the ground was disappearing from beneath his feet. What had happened to Mordred in the Ebony Tower? The Prince of Nothing had not shared that information completely, but he did mention that after leaving it, he was much harder to find with the help of divination. The strange, vague symbols Sunny had seen on Mordred's soul core were the result of that. Why would Cassia want the bastard to be resistant to her power? To make sure that Soul Stealer could go against Torment? Or simply to ensure that Valor would not be able to track their exiled prince before the time was right? Or for something that would happen in the future? What else? What else had Cassia done, subtly manipulating the events of the past years? Was it a coincidence that the two of them had met Morgan at the academy on the day that Nephis returned from her second nightmare? Surely no. That was why Sunny had been there the moment she woke up, to welcome her back. Nephis then spent a month living in his house, then announced her decision to join Valor at the ball, making him leave in anger and enlist for the Southern Campaign, which was why he was present in the Antarctic Center during the battle against the remnant of the Jade Queen and received the Sin of Solace. Later, Cassia helped him escape the Endless Tunnel by sending him toward the Heart of Darkness. She also manipulated the battle against the immense horde of nightmare creatures as Morgan's advisor, making sure that Sunny was in the right place at the right time to deal the final blow to the fallen Titan, defiled Seeker of Truth, and therefore received the Mirror of Truth from it. Finally, she was there at the Battle of the Black Skull, without a doubt knowing what would happen. She was in the Nightmare Desert as well, eventually entering the Nightmare of the Great River with the 6 other powerful masters: Sunny, Nephis, Mordred, Kai, Effie, and Jet. And these instances were only what Sunny could remember and had experienced personally. There was no telling how many strings Cassia had really pulled from behind the curtain, how many people she had influenced, and how many coincidences she had engineered to arrange for everything to happen in accordance with her wishes. The scale of the brilliant web she had woven was nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. Of course, it was impossible to say that she was solely responsible for how these events had happened. Fate flowed, pulling everyone with its current, after all. And even if the details were to change, Sunny was pretty sure that he would have ended up in Antarctica one way or another. Nephis would have probably ended up siding with Valor one way or another. The chain of nightmares would have happened no matter what Cassia could have done. Song and Valor would have clashed, hiding their war on the battlefields of the Southern Quadrant. But that was precisely what Cassia was doing, wasn't it? Pulling on the strings of fate ever so minutely. compared to the grand scale of the inconceivable tapestry, and pushing toward her goal through these insignificant changes. One change had no meaning. 2 changes had no weight. But 1,000? 10,000? By altering the details of countless inevitable events ever so slightly, she was creating a chain reaction of changes which grew like an avalanche, threatening to alter the entire flow of the river of fate, the flow that was supposed to be unchangeable. Could it work? Sunny was not sure. He felt like some of the changes Cassia had caused were more important than others, though. The sin of solace and the mirror of truth. These 2 memories somehow, he felt that they were the key to Cassia's intent. There was no need to explain the significance of the sin of solace. That memory, containing the whisper of the builder of the tomb, was perhaps the most important piece at play here in the 3rd nightmare. It was responsible for creating the Mad Prince, after all, and therefore introducing a variable into the endlessly repeating cycles of the Great River. A single variable that introduced utter chaos to the entire system. The Mirror of Truth was also very significant, not only because its runes described a conversation between Weaver and Ariel, but also because it was the sole instrument that could allow someone to replicate Neff's longing ability, thus making them immune to corruption for a short period of time. The first Seeker was a vast source of corruption, which Alethea had been plagued by after learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny did not need to think long to understand how important the Mirror of Truth was. Still, none of it really explained what exactly Cassia was planning, and what she meant by saying that Sunny could become a weapon to destroy fate. There were a million questions on his mind, but he threw them all away, looking at the beautiful young woman with a somber expression. After a bit of silence, Sunny said hoarsely,
"You don't seem to be denying any of it."
Cassia shrugged.
Why should I deny it?
She faced him, then closed her eyes, suddenly letting out a long sigh.
Honestly, it's a relief. I've been keeping it all to myself for so long. It's so refreshing to be able to share it with someone, to be witnessed by someone. Maybe it's selfish, but I am glad that you finally figured it out, Sunny.
His face remained motionless.
She's happy, huh?
Well, he couldn't say that he did not understand. It felt nice to be witnessed. Sunny looked at Cassia with a dark expression and asked, his tone devoid of any emotion.
"Well then, tell me, Cassia, what is it that you want? How exactly are you planning to break fate? What is the answer?"
She lingered for a moment, and then smiled faintly.
Simple, really. It's...
Cassia faced him and finished, her calm voice full of cold, confident determination.
It's the Well of Wishes.
Sunny stared at Cassia with an incredulous expression, struggling to understand what her words meant.
What is she talking?
Then his face changed slightly, a hint of confusion and ridicule appearing in his eyes.
The children's story? The fairy tale about a magical well that grants the most precious wish of anyone who reaches it? Are you out of your mind?
Sunny took a step back, barely avoiding falling out of the catch. His mind was full of bewilderment and disbelief.
Come on, you can't possibly be serious. You don't believe that it's true, do you?
That was the fairy tale Ananka had told him, not long before her death. Sunny remembered it well, but he had never expected to hear Cassia, someone so smart and pragmatic, put her hopes in a children's story about a magic well. The blind seer, however, did not seem affected by his ridiculing tone. She faced Sunny calmly, her face somber. After a while, Cassia gritted her teeth and said, her voice steady,
It might not be true for anyone else, but it's true for you, Sunny. If you reach the estuary, your wish to be free will come true. Free of your bond, free to live your life the way you want, free of fate itself.
She lingered for a moment, then rose to her feet too, and walked closer, stopping a mere step away from him.
But Sunny, you can't have both. You can reach the estuary from here, but once the nightmare is over, your chance will be gone. The moment Nephis destroys the first Seeker, your chance will have slipped away."
She smiled bitterly and raised the guiding light, offering it to him.
"That was what you were truly angry about, wasn't it? That I took the choice away from you?"
Cassia pushed the sacred relic into his hands and took a step back.
"Well, here it is. Instead of an empty apology, I am giving the choice back to you. You can leave and rush to the estuary. The guiding light will show you the way through the mists of the source, as long as you don't give another true name to it. Once you reach the estuary, use the Mirror of Truth and push to its heart. There you will find your freedom."
She turned away, lingered for a moment, and then added in a quiet voice,
"But I hope that you will make a different choice, that you will stay with us despite everything. Are Nephis and I and the others so terrible? Is it really that unbearable to share a bond? If it's based on trust, I think you know by now that it's not. What is unbearable is not having been given a choice about forming that bond. And now, even though the connection between you and her will remain the same, it will be there because you have chosen for it to exist. So you decide. That right is yours again."
Sonny stared at her silently, entirely shaken. His mind felt empty, as if all thoughts had been banished from it by this sudden revelation.
No, wait a minute. What do you mean it's true for me? I can get rid of Shadow Bond if I reach the estuary? How? What is in there at its heart?
Cassia frowned a little, then shook her head.
"I don't know exactly. What I do know, without a shadow of a doubt, is that my words are true. If you reach the very heart of the estuary before the nightmare ends, you will become free from fate. You will be fateless. The strings that hold you like a puppet will set you free, and your connection to Nephis will be broken as a result. I saw it, and Torment saw it as well."
He frowned.
Preposterous. Plus, doesn't it sound exactly like what killed Nephis the last time? The Mad Prince, he was obsessed with reaching the estuary.
Suddenly his eyes widened. He thought he understood now why his versions from the past cycles had all ended up entering the source in search of the estuary. If there was indeed a way to break free from the cruel grasp of fate that had been hidden at the heart of the Black Pyramid by the Demon of Dread, then Sonny, obsessed with regaining his freedom as he was, would have given his all to find it. The actions performed by all his previous selves only served to give credence to what Cassia had said, but that was also why Nephis had died, in the cycle that birthed the Mad Prince. The blind girl, however, shook her head.
"The Mad Prince had entered the estuary in search of his freedom, but failed to resist the defilement and became corrupted instead. Thus the endless cycle continued. This cycle, though, was engineered by Torment and him specifically to make sure that all members of the cohort survive. Whether you find the estuary or not, there are mere days left before Nephis storms Verge and kills the first Seeker. The end is already inevitable."
Sonny raised a trembling hand and rubbed his face, dazed.
But how can I leave? Verge, the first Seeker. Won't the cohort need me for the battle? Torment is there as well. No, wait. She's dead.
Without Torment, Verge had been left without a leader. The first Seeker was a harrowing force, but also a mindless one. It could not lead the creatures corrupted by its touch, which was why Fallen Grace had not been destroyed in all these years, most likely. The level of the threat presented by Verge was still immense, but with Neph's incorruptible soul, the most terrifying power of the first Seeker had already been rendered meaningless. Cassia nodded.
"Sure, we can use having you at Verge. The battle will be perilous, without a doubt. It will be fierce and fearsome, far beyond anything that a mundane human can imagine. But we can also manage without you. We have the memories you have created, after all. We have aspect legacies, experience battling the defiled, and means to defend ourselves from the first Seeker. We even have Mordred, who wields a divine aspect just like you.
The blind girl sighed.
So, Sunny, you must decide. I've given the choice back to you. Now, it's in your hands.
With that, she took a few steps and jumped out of the ketch, landing on the icy shore. The echo of torment dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks. Cassia then turned and looked at him expectantly. Her face was both scared and hopeful. Sunny froze, not knowing what to do. Sunny stood at the deck of Ananka's ketch, looking at Cassia but not seeing anything. A storm of emotions, fragmented thoughts, and burning desires raged in him, making it hard to comprehend the true scope of what the choice presented to him was. He took a deep breath. At that moment, the Sin of Solace tried to distract him by saying something, but Sunny forcefully cut off the voice of the sword wraith, concentrating on the sound of waves breaking against the shore of the frozen wasteland instead.
Calm down. Let's think this through.
So, Cassia, who had turned so quiet and unassuming to almost be invisible, had been burning with an insane ambition all along, just like Sunny, who had sworn to break the chains of fate that bound him. She had been pursuing the very same goal as well, acting behind the curtains and armed with the revelations she received. The blind seer had been subtly manipulating the events of the past years to achieve that goal, suffering in silence as she stubbornly pushed toward it, all to give Sunny back the choice she had taken from him. The extent of her machinations was both admirable and frightening, so vast and intricate as to almost be inconceivable, but it was real. Cassia had indeed managed to create a moment where at least one of them, Sunny, had an opportunity to free himself from fate, and that was much more significant than one would think. Sure, Sunny could fulfill his most ardent wish and win back his freedom, destroying the Shadow Bond, and even his fated attribute, thus making it possible for him to live a life free of its shackles. But what Cassia wanted to achieve went far beyond that. What she wanted was to forge a weapon to resist fate, and that weapon was a single variable. Just as it had happened with the cycles of the Great River, which were thrown into utter chaos by the appearance of the Mad Prince, the tapestry of fate would become chaotic and unpredictable with the appearance of a fateless being. The entire flow of fate would change as a result of that. Fateless was a very suitable name for what Sunny would become, should he enter the estuary and reach its innermost secret. However, while Cassia wanted to break fate, just like Sunny, in a contradictory fashion worthy of a human, she also wanted Sunny to refuse that chance and remain with her, Nephis, and the cohort, to choose them over his desire to be free. And just like Cassia, Sunny wanted both of these things as well. Breaking fate was nice. Gaining his freedom was nice. Learning the secrets of the tomb of Ariel was a cherry on top. However, not abandoning his friends right before the decisive battle against the forces of the defilement was also nice. Choosing to remain by the side of the people he cared about and the person he loved seemed just as precious. So what was he supposed to do? Jet had once told him that there was no freedom in this world, that the only freedom there was the freedom to choose his own chains, and Sunny came to agree with her over time. By choosing to stay with the cohort, he would be choosing his own chains, in a sense that would make him free as well. But maybe there was no freedom in the waking world. Maybe there was no freedom in the dream realm too. But they were currently in the tomb of Ariel, which contained an entire realm of its own. Who was to say that there was no freedom in this bizarre and senseless world either? Cassia surely seemed certain that she was telling the truth. And despite everything that had happened between them, Sunny was inclined to believe her. He had been resentful of her for what she had done, and for failing to even say that she was sorry. But now, he knew that instead of saying a few easy, or maybe not so easy words, the blind girl had been silently striving to redeem her mistake instead. She was trying to repent by giving the choice she had taken from him back, and now she'd managed to do just that. If he wasn't satisfied even by such a show of sincerity, then what could he be satisfied with? Granted, Cassia had gone about her redemption in an incredibly extreme and possibly misguided way. She also put him in a very tough situation. Sure, the choice he had wished for so fiercely was now in his hands, but what was he supposed to do with it? It's true. One had to be careful of what they wished for. Sonny stared at Cassia for a while, then lowered his gaze and looked at the guiding light, which she had pushed into his hands. This was the message Torment had to deliver. The blind girl nodded slowly.
Yes, it's easy to enter the source, but it's almost impossible to find the entrance to the estuary within the mist unless you know the way. The guiding light is now showing the way to the estuary. The message she delivered to me was the true name that can make the relic of the Sibyls point to where you must go.
He hesitated.
What is the true name?
The blind girl smiled helplessly.
I don't know. Torment's power blocked that memory in my mind. The seal was only removed once we reached Verge, and after I used it to activate the guiding light, the memory of it was erased from my mind, as if it was never there.
She hesitated for a moment.
No matter to whom or to what that true name belongs, it is incredibly powerful. Just bearing it for a few moments put a terrible strain on my mind and soul. So if you decide to leave us, take care once you reach the estuary.
Sonny remained motionless for a while. He didn't want to abandon Nephis. Even if the cohort was more or less capable of taking Verge without his help, he simply did not want to. But if he threw all the complicated thoughts about the nature of freedom and what it meant to be free in this world out of his mind, there were only 3 things left: Sonny himself, Nephis, and the connection between them. In the past, he had run away from her twice, once in the Dark City and once at the ball of the great clan Valor. Sonny didn't wish to run away from Nephis for a 3rd time. However, he also knew that any kind of relationship between them, at least the current them, was impossible as long as Shadowbond existed. So, weirdly enough, by abandoning her on the shores of Verge, he would not be running away from Nephis. Instead, he would be moving towards her, because only by becoming free of her could Sonny be with her. He took a deep breath, and then looked at Cassia. At the same time, Sonny dismissed Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare, calling them back to his soul. All 6 of his shadows were already with him, wrapped tightly around his body, and then the shadows along the shore moved, extending forward and pushing the ketch back into the water.
I'm sorry, everyone. I guess I am a treacherous bastard after all.
Sonny knew that Cassia had guided the ketch along the shore precisely to give him the opportunity to take it away. She would return to the Chainbreaker on foot, while he would be free to sail downstream, toward the source, racing to reach the estuary and reclaim his freedom, before Nephis conquered the Nightmare. Looking back, Sonny threw one last glance at the blind girl, who was standing forlornly on the icy shore, summoned a certain memory, and shouted,
Cassia!
She turned, hearing the sound of his voice. Sonny smiled darkly.
Let's do it.
He clenched his fist and raised it into the air.
Let's break fate.
The ketch flew on the currents of the great river, circling the ice wasteland. Sonny did not have the enchanted staff to summon the wind, and he had not been able to master the sorcery of names like Nephis, but he had the Crown of Twilight, and with it, the water itself responded to him. So Sonny made the river itself push the ketch forward. A strong gale blew from the future as well, and soon as he skirted the desolate island, it filled the sails. His vessel gained speed as it rushed into the past, leaving Verge and his friends behind. There was a storm of emotions in Sonny's heart: hope, excitement, anticipation, but also guilt, fear, and shame. What would Nephis and the other members of the cohort think when they came back and found out that he had abandoned them. How would Cassia explain his absence? Would they be angry, shaken, and resentful of him? Would they feel betrayed? They had the right to feel that way. He had abandoned them on the eve of a perilous battle, leaving to pursue a selfish goal. Was there a more obvious betrayal than that? Imagining the faces of his friends when they learned of his departure, Sonny felt his heart ache. He broke the promise he had made after Ananka's death. He broke the promise he had given to Windflower as well, and even the promise he had given to himself. That made his heart ache too, but it didn't matter. Even though he was in pain because of what he had done, he would have done it again. The reward that the estuary promised, the freedom to live like he wanted to live, released from the suffocating hold fate had on him, was worth it. It was worth it 100 times over. Removing the shadow bond alone was, sure, Sonny did not know how exactly his wish for freedom would be fulfilled in the estuary. Perhaps someone like Mordred would call out his true name, turning him into a slave once again. That was all right. Sonny felt confident in his ability to kill an enemy who would become his master. It was being bonded to someone he loved, and thus could not eliminate, that was the problem. Being a slave to fate. The word tasted sweet on his tongue. And so, Sonny abandoned Nephis, and Cassia, and Kai, and Jet, and Effie, with her newborn child. Praying for their safety, he sped away from Verge, toward the dawn of time. He had to hurry. The city of the Seekers lay as close to the source as they had managed to build it, but there was still a considerable distance between the icy wasteland and the mist. More than that, this part of the Great River was possibly the most dangerous there was. Just like the harrowing reaches of the far future, the dawn of time was where the most powerful abominations in the tomb of Ariel prowled. And even if he reached the source, it would take Sonny some time to find the entrance to the estuary. It would take time to reach its very heart as well. He had to accomplish it before the first Seeker was destroyed, and the nightmare collapsed. How long would it take for Nephis to conquer Verge? Knowing her, it wouldn't be long. Steering the ketch, Sonny gritted his teeth. 1 day to return from the scouting mission. 2 at most. 1 day to guide the cohort to Verge. They would remain there for a day or two evaluating the situation inside the city. Then the battle itself. Even if they have to fight through a legion of the defiled to reach the first Seeker, it won't take long. Nephis had 7 fully saturated cores after all. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 6 of them to obliterate Verge. Mordred was not far away from forming the monster core, which would allow him to create a reflection. Once that happened, his growth would accelerate exponentially, quickly turning him into an unstoppable fiend once again. Effie, Jet, and Kai were a force to be reckoned with as well. It would have been different if Nephis did not possess an incorruptible soul. After all, even the Serpent King and his army had failed to take Verge. But since she did possess it, the nightmare would be over soon. It was a matter of days, so there was no time to waste. The ketch sailed downstream, carried by the winds and currents. The great river glowed with iridescent light. The world suffused with darkness. The silence was only broken by the sound of waves and the infuriating voice of the Sin of Solace, who seethed with hatred and whispered poison into Sonny's ear. Sonny refused to answer, though. In fact, after saying goodbye to Cassia, he had not made a single sound. His eyes were aimed at the horizon, and his face was frozen with cold determination. Soon, the 7 suns rose from beneath the water. The darkness was banished, and the sky turned bright again. He let out an inaudible sigh, and the image of countless slumbering butterflies disappeared from his mind. As it was dawn, Sonny used the opportunity and summoned the shell of the onyx serpent. Hiding the ketch in his maw, he rushed forward as fast as he could, and the speed granted to him by the body of the sea serpent in the water was nothing short of stunning. Keeping such an enormous shell manifested burned through a lot of essence, but the Crown of Twilight was supplying him with a nearly endless reserve of it. More than that, even the essence he had expended to accelerate the current was replenished. The period of dawn did not last long, and the sky soon turned azure, but Sunny had covered a great distance in that short period of time. Spitting the ketch onto the water, he dismissed the shell and landed on the deck again, grabbing the steering oar. His solitary journey continued. He was moving downstream, further and further into the dawn of time, approaching the point where time had not existed yet, the source and the estuary, hidden in its mist. Sunny raced to the source, afraid of the passage of time. It was ironic, really. Before the fateful conversation with Cassia, he would have been tense and concerned about how the cohort would survive the battle for Verge. Now, however, he was concerned that they would destroy it too soon. He had been worried for Nephis, but now he was wary of her. Changing Star seemed like something almost inevitable. Now that his fate, or lack thereof, depended on how fierce and unrelenting her assault on the monstrous First Seeker would be. The human mind was funny that way. It was colored by what one desired, making the same thing appear entirely different depending on the circumstances. And so Sunny needed to hurry. He guided the ketch, pushing the currents forward with the help of the Crown of Dawn. The graceful boat seemed to be gliding on the water, moving with incredible speed. The shore of Verge had long disappeared from view, and there was nothing in front of him, except for the vast expanse of the great river. The air itself felt different here at the dawn of time. The waters were treacherous and full of peril. Now that Cassia wasn't with him, Sunny had no way of knowing where danger lurked, so he remained as alert as possible, extending his shadow sense as far as he could. That caution saved his life on more than one occasion. The far reaches of the past, which corresponded to the very dawn of the Age of Gods, were not only full of bizarre and lethal hazards, but also of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. This span of the Great River was just as dangerous as the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had faced the Azure Serpent, the Black Turtle, the Dark Butterfly, and the countless other abominations that had almost feasted on his flesh. There were great nightmare creatures here, too, each of them vastly more powerful than Sunny was, despite all his growth. Most of them were faster than him as well, and possessed senses that reached much further than his. So Sunny was in constant danger. He couldn't even outrun these abominable monstrosities, but luckily, there was one thing at which he was superior to most, if not all of them. It was flexibility, and being able to adapt to almost any situation. When some inconceivable being rose from the depths to pull him under the water and devour him, Sunny summoned the shadows and turned into a giant butterfly, carrying the ketch with his 6 long legs. When a terrifying abomination descended from the sky, he turned into the onyx serpent, hid the ketch away in his maw, and sought safety in the depths. There were other forms he could shape himself into as well, each helpful in its own way. Of course, maintaining the shell cost him a lot of essence, so, afraid to drain his reserves of it, Sunny mostly remained in the ketch, guiding it away from potential perils by hand. Still, on that first day alone, he almost lost his life a few times. There was a moment when the water under him suddenly boiled and moved at incredible speed, threatening to overturn the boat. Sunny instantly summoned Saint, using her weight to balance the ketch. But that was merely the start of the disaster. An enormous span of the great river, as far as the eye could see, instantly turned into a furious vortex. The speed of the current was so terrible that the hull of the ketch almost splintered, bombarded by powerful waves. It was pulled sideways, sliding deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. Desperate to save himself and his vessel, Sunny opened the gate of the shadow lantern and called upon the shadows, forming the shell of the dark butterfly. His vast wings moved, throwing him into the air. His 6 legs grabbed onto the ketch, lifting it from the raging water. Luckily, he was fast enough. As Sunny rose high into the air, he was able to observe the cause of the catastrophic turbulence that had turned the current of the great river into a death trap. When he did, his very soul shuddered. There was a colossal, inconceivable maw hidden beneath the waves, stretching from one horizon to another. The terrible whirlpool that had almost shattered the ketch was caused by these titanic jaws opening and sucking in an immense plain of water. An entire span of the great river disappeared into the harrowing maw of the underwater colossus, whose body mercifully remained unseen. Sunny fled into the sky, never looking back. At another time, he noticed the air far in the distance trembling as if from heat. However, as Sunny drew closer, unable to avoid the strange area, he realized that there was no heat. The air was not trembling either. Instead, there were fissures in the fabric of space itself above the current, hidden in the sunlight and almost invisible. If not for his intuition ringing alarms, Sunny might not have noticed the hidden fractures in the world at all. When he did notice them, however, and tried to glimpse what was hidden in the folds between the broken pieces of space, he saw millions of dark eyes looking back at him, full of hunger. The current was pulling the ketch right into the area of the river plagued by the fractured space. Horrified, Sunny assumed the form of the onyx serpent and dove into the depths, hoping to hide from the gaze of the hungry abyss that hid in the fissures. However, the space was broken beneath the waves as well. Only there were no eyes there. Instead, hidden in the shattered space, there were countless corpses of dreadful nightmare creatures, all broken, twisted, and partially devoured. Diving deeper and deeper into the darkness until the pressure was crushing enough to almost destroy the mighty shell of the sea serpent, Sunny escaped that horror as well. But there were many more to come. Sometime later, Sunny saw thin lines moving in the air. Drawing closer, he saw something that resembled spiderwebs blowing in the wind, frayed and torn. The only thing was that each string of the ghostly spiderweb was many kilometers long, and there were numerous such strings, moving between the sky and the surface of the great river like tattered sails. Some of them were white, but as Sunny guided the ketch between the billowing strings, he started to encounter more and more of them that were bright red. Eventually, it was as though he was traveling through a forest of red threads. Navigating between them was not easy, but he was reluctant to come close to any of the strings or allow the wind to bring any of them closer to him. Eventually, Sunny witnessed something else. Out there in front of him, far in the distance, an immense depth dweller was weakly struggling against the current, its body enveloped by several dozen of the spiderwebs. The creature's carapace seemed impregnable, but the strange strings did not seem to care. They simply grew through it, penetrating the Leviathan's body. As they did, their color slowly started to change from white to red, the redness spreading from the point of contact with the abomination's flesh along the length of the strings. They were drinking the Leviathan's blood. Turning pale, Sunny gazed at the forest of vibrant red strings that surrounded him, stretching far into the sky, permeating a whole region. His fingers turned white on the steering oar of the ketch. He escaped that horror as well, and many more like it, although not unscathed. Sometimes, Sunny had no choice but to fight, unleashing the full fury of the onyx serpent or his other shapes on the creatures that wanted to consume him. Some of them he managed to kill, but most of them he simply escaped after delivering several painful wounds. By the end of the day, Sunny was bloodied and exhausted. His essence was on the verge of running dry too. But then, the dusk came, and the crown of twilight replenished his dwindling reserves. After dusk came the night, though, and it was more beautiful and more harrowing than any other night Sunny had experienced in the tomb of Ariel. By the end of it, he was barely alive. but he was alive nevertheless. Sonny did not allow his blood to flow, and his bone refused to break. Even his soul, which had received a few deep wounds when he used Shadow Incarnation to form his shells, was potent enough to withstand the damage without falling apart. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were beaten and battered, but alive as well. The Ketch too survived, even though there were new scars on its hull. One of its masts had cracked, its sails sporting signs of hasty repairs. Ananka's boat was still in one piece. Throughout all of this, Sonny had not said a single word and had not even allowed himself a single groan. Pain was his old friend. He could withstand much more than that. Well, maybe not that much more. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. If there was one good thing about the horrors of the dawn of time, though, it was that the necessity to constantly be alert and on edge made it completely impossible for him to consider the consequences of what he had done. The fallout of breaking his promises, abandoning his friends, and leaving for the estuary instead of fighting side by side with them in Verge. I wonder what they are doing now. The scouting teams must have returned by now. Nephis and the others had already learned of his absence. They must have even had enough time to digest it to a degree, albeit not to come to terms with it. They were most probably advancing toward Verge, which meant that he did not have a lot of time left. Where is it? He was trying to calculate how far he had traveled from the defiled city, and how that distance translated to what they had seen from the Black Void. From up there, it almost seemed as though the wisps of mist shrouding the source touched the walls of Verge. But from the surface of the great river, the distance between the two was nothing short of vast. Still, Sonny had been moving fast, both aboard the Ketch and when summoning his shells. By all accounts, he had to be getting close. He glanced at the guiding light, which pointed directly forward, and summoned what little was left of his patience. Finally, the night was over. The seven suns rose from beyond the horizon once again, chasing away the darkness. The waters of the great river grew dim. A soft twilight enveloped the world, and with it, a flood of essence poured into Sonny's soul. He let out a relieved sigh, summoned the dying wish, and used what little charges were left in the charm to heal the most dire of his wounds. It was then that he saw it. A wisp of mist drifted past him, disappearing into the gloom of twilight. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Sonny spun and looked forward, trying to see what was hiding beyond the horizon. The horizon was hazy. It also seemed to be drawing nearer with each moment. This is it. Both relieved and excited, Sonny called upon the waters of the great river, making the current run faster. The Ketch flew forward, drawing closer and closer to the wall of mist. Soon, it was surrounded by tendrils of thick fog. They flowed past the Ketch, drifting above the waves. In front of him, the world turned somber and gloomy. Rare rays of sunlight breaking through the veil of mist. Then, the mist obscured the sky entirely, making it seem as though nothing else existed in the world. Sonny found himself in familiar surroundings. After nearly a year of wandering the dreadful expanse of the Tomb of Ariel, he had finally returned to the source. Ananka's Ketch was floating through a world of mist. The thick fog surrounded it from all sides, suffused with somber twilight. All sounds seemed both muffled and exaggerated, echoing across the vast expanse of shrouded water. Sonny could not see very far. Even his shadow sense was dulled by the mystical mist. It was a familiar sight. Indeed, I've been here already. This was the exact same place where Sonny had found himself at the start of the nightmare. The source. Here, covered by mist, The great river flowed into itself, and the past turned into the future. He could not feel the current anymore, but it was still there, strangely jumbled and disjointed. The ketch was moving, yet Sonny could not tell in what direction it was being carried. If he allowed himself to be pulled by the invisible current and reached the edges of the source, he would be sent back to the day he had entered the Tomb of Ariel, as well as to the point upstream where the person whose role he took had been at that time.
No, I can't allow that to happen.
Sonny did not know if he could endure another cycle of the Great River. Much more importantly, the 6 plagues and the Mad Prince had broken the rules of time somehow and invaded a cycle they were not meant to exist in. He did not know if their existence had become a part of the Great River by now, or if their heretical presence would be erased should a new cycle start. If it was the latter, then all the effort the Mad Prince and Torment had put into ensuring that all members of the cohort survived until the end of the nightmare would be for naught. More than that end was so close. Nephis would be reaching Verge soon, armed with the means of destroying the first Seeker. Sonny desperately did not want to live through the horrors of the Tomb of Ariel one more time, especially since the result would be hanging in a fragile balance. No, he could not allow himself to get lost in the mist and miss his opportunity to enter the estuary, because there, at the heart of the Great Pyramid, lay the key to his shackles, his chance to gain freedom. Luckily, Cassia had made sure that he would have everything he needed to accomplish that goal. He had the guiding light to lead him to the entrance of the estuary. He had the Mirror of Truth to resist the defilement once he entered it. He had the Sin of Solace, which had made it all possible. Speaking of the Sword Wraith, as soon as the mist surrounded him, the bastard had disappeared somewhere. He must not have been in the mood to talk, or simply unable to manifest within the source. Either way, Sonny did not miss the company of the loathsome apparition at all.
Stay away for as long as you want.
Picking up the guiding light, Sonny studied the radiant crystal that was supposed to show him the way. Its light was behaving strangely. It pointed in a certain direction, but after a few minutes of sailing through the mist, the light would suddenly change, pointing in an entirely different direction. That repeated over and over again, with the radiance of the sacred relic jumping around and shifting chaotically. It was as though the entrance to the estuary was constantly moving.
No, it's not moving. I am.
Sonny knew that it was true. The estuary was stationary, but space itself was unreliable in the source. It was Sonny who was being thrown around without any order, moving a few meters to one side only to find himself several kilometers to the other. It was no wonder that the Seekers of Truth, despite all their might and knowledge, had failed to discover the estuary before Alethea of the Nine showed up. The mysterious sorceress had even constructed her island in the image of the Great River, going so far as to create her own time loop and her own sea of mist. Had it all been in order to learn how to navigate the source? Sonny did not know, but he suspected that she had not succeeded in finding the estuary by accident. How tragic it was, then, that all Alethea had found there was her own doom. Unless that was exactly what she had been searching for, of course. Who knew what goals the Nine had pursued? In any case, Sonny was not someone capable of raising a flying island in the middle of a mystical whirlpool and taming the time to make it flow endlessly in a circle. Therefore, he could never have been able to find the estuary without the guiding light. Was it how he had found it the first time as well? Or had his versions from the previous cycles come up with their own solutions? There was no point in guessing. Using the sacred relic of the Sibyls to illuminate the way, Sonny allowed the ketch to sail forward, moving the steering oar in accordance with where the radiance was pointing. There were no nightmare creatures in the source, no danger except for the danger that the source itself presented. So traveling through the somber mist almost felt peaceful. Sonny quickly lost his perception of time, so he did not even know how long he had been traversing the fog. It could have been an hour, a day, or an eternity. Well, maybe not an eternity. Nephis would have obliterated the first Seeker long before that. Still, he had to be getting closer.
I wonder what Alethea found in the estuary.
He wondered what the Mad Prince had found there as well. What secrets had Ariel hidden in the heart of his pyramid? What was the hideous truth he couldn't bear? Why had he hidden it all the way before time, away from the gazes of the gods? One way or another, Sonny was going to find out, and break the chains of fate that bound him tightly in the process, just as he had always wished. He was growing tired of the dancing radiance of the guiding light. His hand was growing numb as it held the steering oar of Ananka's ketch. Time was flowing. And then, finally, Sonny felt it. The same thing he had felt before being expelled from the source the first time. He thought that he saw two tall pillars protruding from the mist far ahead, and then the invisible current suddenly turned violent and turbulent. There was the sound of roaring water, similar to what the waterfalls of the edge sounded like, and he felt the ketch being pulled forward at incredible speed. Then, there was a sense of weightlessness, and then, only darkness remained. There was a sound of wind whistling in Sonny's ears. He was falling, flying through a sea of darkness, lost and disoriented, unsure of where he was.
The estuary.
The wind howled louder, and Sonny felt his body plummeting through it at terrible speed. Belatedly, he remembered the need to summon the Dark Wing and slow down his fall, or summon the shadows and turn himself into a monstrous butterfly, or even a crow, but it was too late for that. Dazed, he caught a glimpse of an enormous black edifice swiftly approaching him from the darkness. It was like a rough, irregularly shaped giant sphere of black stone that hovered in the void, eternal and indestructible. Strange mountains rose from its surface, hollow on the inside. It looked like a giant stone heart. Perhaps it was. A moment later, Sonny saw Ananka's ketch collide against the surface of the sphere below him and shatter, fragments of wood flying to all sides. There was no time to slow down his fall. Gritting his teeth, Sonny looked at the swiftly approaching surface of the black stone. The moment his body would have been broken against it, he activated Shadow Step and dove into the shadows instead, submerging deep into their dark embrace. Hidden there, safe, he remained motionless for a while.
I made it.
Sonny tried to calm down his feverish mind and moved up, returning to the surface. Emerging from the shadows, he stepped on the surface of the weathered stone and instantly fell, feeling gravity pulling him down. He was on a steep slope. Sonny slid down that slope, surrounded by the fragments of broken wood. Despite the sharp rocks tearing at his skin, he did not allow himself to cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth, wrapped the surrounding shadows around his hand, and turned it into the clawed hand of a shadow spawn. Twisting, Sonny struck the slope with his claws. They failed to penetrate the rugged black surface, sending sparks flying into the air. However, the friction alone slowed him down. Eventually, Sonny came to a halt at the very edge of an abyssal drop, his feet dangling above an empty black void. The pieces of Ananka's ketch spilled into that void, disappearing in the darkness. He remained, laying for a few moments, catching his breath, then tried to assess his surroundings. There was no light in the world. He was surrounded by darkness, with only the weathered surface of the black stone separating him from the abyss. The sound of roaring water came from somewhere far, far below, turning into a barely audible whisper. It came from above him too, and from all sides. The whispers assaulted his mind, making him dizzy. Sonny grimaced then cautiously stood up, struggling to keep his balance on the steep slope. Finally, he looked around.
So, this is the estuary.
The estuary was supposed to be located in a place that existed before time, and therefore before the gods had been born. So that place was supposed to be the void. But either the spell was unable to replicate the true void, or unwilling to. Perhaps the estuary was isolated from it somehow. In any case, all Sonny could see was darkness, and the surface of the vast sphere of black stone under his feet. His expression was somber.
No time to waste.
Leaning forward, he arduously climbed back up the slope, eventually reaching its middle point. That was where he had first fallen. Without stopping to rest, Sonny continued to climb.
Cassius said that I need to get to the very heart of the estuary. That means that I probably need to somehow climb inside the sphere.
Remembering the strange hollow mountains, which resembled torn aorta, he continued to ascend the slope. Eventually, Sonny crested the top of what seemed like a tall hill and looked down. He froze, shaken by what he saw. His eyes widened, full of shock and fear.
No. How can this be?
In front of him, nestled between several immense outcroppings of black stone, was a vast valley. And on the floor of that valley, shrouded by darkness, lay the remains of countless broken ships. It was a vast ship graveyard. The harrowing thing about it, though, was that each of these ships looked familiar. They were all the Chainbreaker. There, in front of him, thousands of Chainbreakers lay on the black stone, broken and destroyed. Although each was destroyed in a unique manner, shattered by a terrible impact, most of them were exactly the same. Some were a little different, seemingly modified before turning into a forlorn wreck. The shape of their rams was slightly different. Tattered sails were painted in different colors. The trees growing out of the central mast of these ships were dead and twisted, devoid of all life. Some of the trees, though, looked perfectly healthy and alluring, countless succulent fruits weighing their branches down. Shuddering, Sonny decided to keep as far away from those wrecks as possible. There were countless broken ships in front of him, thousands of them. And it was just in that one valley. They weren't the wrecks of an entire fleet of similar vessels. Instead, they were the same vessel, destroyed countless times. Suddenly covered in cold sweat, Sonny felt his sense of reality shaking.
What does that mean?
He shuddered, then began to descend into the valley. As he did, he noticed more wood fragments among the shattered ships. They were all the remains of Ananka's ketch, piled in tall hills. He just did not understand.
How is this possible?
As Sonny felt unsure of his sanity, a derisive laughter suddenly resounded from behind him. Turning swiftly, he looked into the darkness with wide eyes. But it was just the Sin of Solace. The sword wraith looked more substantial somehow. Walking out of the darkness, he looked at Sonny with contempt and smiled viciously.
What? Did you think that you were the first one to make it this far? Did you think that this is the first time you betrayed your cohort and decided to seek freedom in the estuary instead?
The apparition scoffed and looked at the ship graveyard, his dark eyes burning with strange glee.
Fool. There were countless versions of you that had come this far. Betrayal after betrayal, repeated endlessly in countless cycles. Truly, your treachery knows no bounds.
Sonny remained silent, watching the Sin of Solace with a somber expression.
Well, that much is obvious.
Of course he was not the first version of himself to reach the estuary. There had been the Mad Prince as well. However, the next words of the Sword Wraith made him flinch.
Oh, there were numerous Mad Princes before too, all making schemes and striving to change something that could not be changed. The despicable bastards. Paving the way for their lesser versions like you to make it to the end. Each cycle is a little different, but ultimately the same.
The apparition took a step forward and spat, his voice trembling with hatred.
Gods, I'm so tired of this boring play. Each time you escape the defilement, you are given the choice of remaining with your allies, and each time you choose to betray them. You really are a piece of scum, you know that? Do you know how many times you've broken your promises? How many times you've betrayed Changing Star in the name of seeking freedom?
The Sin of Solace laughed and gestured to the sea of broken ships.
Look, lost from light. Each of these wrecks is a monument to your sins.
Sunny remained silent as he looked at the broken ships, feeling a bitter emotion rise in his heart. It was a tough pill to swallow to be disappointed in himself. But then, he smiled darkly. Sure, knowing that he was an unreliable and treacherous selfish person was bitter, but did it matter, really? He still did not regret his choice. More than that, he was still going to see it through. So what if all his previous selves had failed? They weren't him. He was the latest, and therefore the strongest. He wielded the accumulated legacy of all who came before, granted to him by the Mad Prince. The latest Mad Prince there had been, who remembered all the previous cycles through the Sin of Solace. They might have failed, but Sunny was not going to. He didn't have to be the first. He simply needed to be the last. It was impossible for him to fail, because the nightmare was already ending. By now, Nephis must have already begun her assault on Verge. The Mad Prince, Torment, and Cassia had manipulated the events to make sure that the nightmare was conquered, with or without Sunny. So this cycle would be the last one, whether he achieved his goal or not. And he was going to achieve it. The Sin of Solace looked at him with disdain.
What? You have nothing to say? Has the fear stolen your ability to speak?
Sunny smiled crookedly and walked past him without saying a word. He entered the ship graveyard and moved through it, making sure to stay away from the wrecks where the sacred trees were healthy and brimming with fruit. The feeling he received from these ones was too familiar, if much weaker than what he had felt under the branches of the Soul Devourer. Peace, safety, happiness, content. Therefore, Sunny moved as far away from that feeling as he could. The Sin of Solace followed, falling silent. The Wraith's expression was full of hatred and contempt. Sunny paid him no attention. It did not take him a lot of time to travel past the ship graveyard. Beyond it was another slope, this one leading to the peak of a high mountain. If the sphere of black stone had been the unholy Titan's heart once, then the mountain would be one of the arteries. Augmented by 6 shadows, Sunny's body was brimming with strength. Even though he was exhausted after the harrowing journey to the source, he climbed the mountains without ever slowing down. The only thing he felt nervous about was not making it to the goal in time. Finally, Sunny reached the peak of the mountain. It was indeed hollow inside. In front of him was the entrance to a vast circular tunnel, surrounded by tall pillars. There were stone steps leading up to the maw of the tunnel, clearly man-made. Or rather, Daemon-made. Ariel must have shaped this entrance himself a long time ago. Walking closer to the steps, Sunny noticed that several of them had cracked over the ages. Jagged pieces of black stone were laying on the ground. The size and shape of them were eerily familiar. They looked exactly like the jagged black rock the key of the estuary had been created from. Sunny smiled.
So, this is where the Mad Prince picked the base material for his memory up.
Which meant that the vile madman had been to the estuary before crossing from the future into the past. He could have gained his freedom a long time ago. But was there a point to being free if it was at the cost of Neff's life? For the Mad Prince, it was not. That was why he had returned to the Great River without breaking the chains of fate, and that was why he had scratched numerous demented runes into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, all saying the same thing. Be careful of what you wish for. The Mad Prince had regretted finding the Well of Wishes. Sunny, however, would not. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Mirror of Truth and looked at its polished surface. There, a reflection of Nephis was caught, looking just like she had on the carapace of the black turtle. Sunny had not used the mirror during the last revolution of the Alethia's island loop, and so it was in pristine condition. He looked at Neff's reflection for a while, then held the heavy mirror tightly, and stepped into the grandiose tunnel, walking into its darkness, entering the heart of the tomb of Ariel. He walked forward for a while, not seeing anything in particular. He couldn't even determine the direction in which the tunnel led. Its floor was supposed to be sloping downward, but felt flat, stretching endlessly forward. Slowly, the walls of the tunnel expanded, and its ceiling disappeared from view. Sunny found himself walking between two perfectly flat plains of black stone, surrounded by darkness. And there, in the darkness, harrowing runes were carved into the stone, dancing madly. As soon as Sunny caught sight of these runes, he immediately activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Sunny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, but it was enough to send him into a state of utter terror. Before even having time to think, he shut his eyes tightly and activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth, borrowing Neff's longing ability, thus making his soul incorruptible for a while. And it was just in time, because simply being close to the runes threatened to make corruption bloom in his soul.
Ugh!
He groaned mentally while keeping his mouth shut. The pain was almost unbearable. It was a familiar kind of terror, revulsion, and pain as well. Because Sunny had recognized the shape of those runes. There were two types of runes that the spell refused to translate. One had to do with the type of beings it simply called the unknown, the primordial beings of the eternal ever-changing void. The other had to do with the singular being that it similarly called the unknown, the mysterious progenitor of the seven daemons, which might have been one of the void creatures, or might not have been. The latter runes were hard to look at, causing the head of the person to split with ache, and their mind to become dizzy. It was the former runes, though, that were truly sinister, making the unfortunate person witnessing them feel terror and revulsion. Inscribed on the walls of the tunnel were such runes, a great number of them. The walls of the tunnel, which seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, were littered with them, with barely any empty spaces left between the harrowing symbols. Sunny gulped for air.
This is the source of the defilement.
Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The dreadful runes described the void beings, and he had learned by now that corruption was the influence of the void, seeping through the walls of existence that caged it. Therefore, knowledge of the void was the source of corruption as well. And that was what Ariel, that madman, had inscribed on the walls of the estuary. The stories of the void, the knowledge about it, and the true names of the harrowing beings that dwelt within its ever-changing depths, imprisoned by the gods. He was sure of it. That was what Alethea had found, most likely, and what had turned her into the source of the defilement, which was merely knowledge that could be shared and transferred, thus turning this form of corruption into an unstoppable infection. Knowledge of the void, and of the true names of those beings whose names could not be known, let alone uttered aloud. That was why the spell refused to translate the harrowing runes, not because it wanted to keep its secrets for itself, but simply because being able to read them would be the end of anyone who did. Not just reading as well, merely being in the presence of these runes was harmful. It was already painful and dangerous to glimpse a few of them, as Sunny had done a few times in his life. For example, when reading the descriptions of the drop of Shadow God's blood and the drop of Weaver's blood. If the spell had translated those runes for him, those descriptions would have probably gone something like this.
Before, there was only a boundless eternal void. From that dark abyss, the creatures of the void were born. Just like chaos itself, they were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing.
Or,
the loathsome thieving bird was hated by both the gods and the creatures of chaos. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of the void forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was one drop of pure golden ichor.
Witnessing those few runes, which merely named the void and the type of beings born from it, had almost made him faint. Here in the estuary, though, remaining near them in the endless tunnel was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So if he remained here at the time the Mirror of Truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. There were numerous ghastly runes carved into the stone, not only mentioning the void and the chaos beings, but also describing them in detail and calling them by their true names. Therefore, even though Sunny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, unable to read them, that alone put him at risk of becoming corrupted. He would become the Mad Prince again. Running his fingers over the surface of the enchanted mirror, he could already feel a few thin cracks in it. For a moment, Sunny considered turning around, but then a mocking voice came from the darkness.
Why don't you open your eyes?
Hearing the Sin of Solace made him remember why he had come to the estuary, and what was at stake: his freedom. Gritting his teeth, Sunny suppressed the terror and the agony he felt from being close to the harrowing runes, and took a step forward. Then, he took another step, and then another. Even though each of them was so hard that he wanted to fall and shriek in pain, he remained silent and persisted. 3 steps turned into 3 dozen, and then into 300. Sunny continued to walk through the dark tunnel, keeping his eyes closed. His shadows were wrapped tightly around his body, unable to see anything. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were kept safely within his soul, unable to witness the dreadful secrets of the void. Enduring the nauseating fear and torturous pain, he kept going, and hoping that he would reach the end of the tunnel before the Mirror of Truth reached its limit.
I am starting to rethink the value of curiosity.
Even subjected to the horror of the knowledge of the void, which could quite literally turn Sunny into a nightmare creature, he still felt a strange impulse to open his eyes and try to glean the secrets left in the estuary by the Demon of Dread. It was such a tantalizing mystery after all. The void, the ineffable beings that dwelt in it, and how the gods were born from them only to wage war on the very existence that had given shape to their divinity. It was a bit like the compulsion to jump that some people felt while standing near the edge of a tall cliff. Of course, taking that leap would mean the death of them, and opening his eyes would mean the end of Sonny. So, he kept them shut and kept walking. At first, each step felt as if he was trying to move a mountain, but slowly, torturously, he grew accustomed to the suffocating pressure of the ghastly runes, not to the point of being comfortable around them, but at least enough so to increase his pace. The reason he could make even a single step, though, was the mirror of truth and the reflection of Nephis caught in it. Without borrowing her longing ability, Sonny would have collapsed to the ground the moment the runes surrounded him, turning into a pile of something. Tentacles, maybe, or bone blades. Then again, the Mad Prince had looked pretty human-like, so perhaps he would have retained his general appearance, with only his soul becoming consumed by corruption. That would have made Sonny a fallen terror, which was the same rank and class that the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore had possessed. The comparison made him feel not exactly nostalgic, but definitely contemplative. Things have changed a lot, haven't they? Distracting himself from the horror that surrounded him, Sonny continued to walk forward. Dread. Absolute dread. What else had he expected to find in the heart of the tomb of Ariel? And it was not even the real thing. Sonny shuddered to imagine how much more harrowing the true estuary was. What madman would want to try entering its dreadful halls? And somehow, the key to his freedom was still waiting for him, somewhere ahead. What could grant him freedom in this god-forsaken place? Sonny did not know, but he was determined to grasp it with both hands. The Sin of Solace kept quiet, and so did he. Time passed, agonizingly slowly, but also inconceivably fast. In fact, Sonny had lost all sense of the passage of time the moment he entered the source, so he had no idea how much of it was flowing by. Nephis was somewhere out there, either preparing to fight or already fighting the hordes of the defiled abominations. I have to walk faster. Gritting his teeth, Sonny did just that. Nothing changed for a while, with his mind still being ravaged by the presence of the revolting runes. But then, a subtle sound reached his ears. It was the tranquil murmur of water licking a stone shore. Feeling a spark of hope ignite in his heart, Sonny touched the surface of the Mirror of Truth, feeling cold sweat rolling down his back when he realized that it was almost entirely covered by cracks now. The miraculous memory was going to shatter very soon. But he was still so far away. Sonny could not risk separating his shadows from himself or turning into a swift shadow and gliding forward. The last thing he wanted was to expose his soul to more pain. Fainting in convulsions would be the end of him. So he simply took a deep breath and forced his dazed body into a run instead. The Mirror of Truth kept cracking beneath his fingers, and then those cracks connected together, producing a quiet but deafening sound. The miraculous mirror shattered and fell apart, the sharp shards dissipating into a whirlwind of sparks. He heard the spell whisper, "Your memory has been destroyed." At the same time, Sonny put his foot forward and felt emptiness beneath it. Losing his balance, he fell down and rolled on sharp rocks, quickly becoming covered in bruises. Thankfully, a few moments later, the pressure of the ghastly runes dissipated, and he was able to take a deep breath. Sliding down a sharp stone slope felt infinitely less torturous than being surrounded by the horrid writing of Ariel, the demon of dread. Nevertheless, Sonny lingered for a few more seconds before opening his eyes. His body had indeed rolled down another steep slope, this one leading to a vast and calm lake, or maybe a sea, or an ocean. Sonny could not see the end of it, so he did not know its size. All he knew was that the water was shrouded in darkness and tranquil, reminding him of the peaceful lightlessness of his own soul. Behind him, the entrance to the tunnel towered like an infinite vertical wound in the mass of black stone. The ceiling of the colossal cavern he had found himself in could not be seen, if there even was one. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the tranquil lake of dark water with a resentful expression.
Water. Gods, why does it have to be water again?
Sonny had never encountered a deep body of water that did not hide some terrifying abomination. Hopefully this time would be different. He thought that, but still decided against diving into the lake. Instead, he used the Crown of Twilight and stepped on the surface of the water instead, walking across it as if it was solid ground. The surface of the water supported him, barely wetting his dainty silk shoes. Sonny had already experienced walking on water, running on water, and even fighting on water, so this was nothing new to him. Nevertheless, the quiet lake that was hidden deep within the heart of the Tomb of Ariel, at the estuary of the great river, made a sense of wonder bloom in his heart.
Can this, perhaps, be the Well of Wishes?
Sonny did not really believe that the fairy tale Ananka had told him was literal. The magical Well of Wishes did not really exist, and neither did the remnant of the primal desire from which the gods had been born exist in the estuary. Cassia had told him herself, not everyone's wish would be fulfilled here, but his would, through some unknown process. Still, looking at the mysterious lake surrounding him, Sonny could not help but wonder if both of them had, perhaps, been wrong. Wouldn't it be nice for something that magical to exist? But of course, the dark and seemingly endless lake was not the Well of Wishes Ananka had told him about. Sonny realized it when faint lights ignited in its depths, and a nauseating feeling assaulted his senses.
Ugh, damn it.
He staggered slightly, barely keeping himself from plunging into the cold water. Regaining his balance, Sonny stared at the distant lights. A strange expression appeared on his face.
Don't tell me.
He couldn't complete that thought. There, deep beneath his feet, more runes shined, weaved from light. He could not read them and felt dizzy from merely looking at them. But they were not the same harrowing runes that covered the walls of the tunnel. Instead, they were the second kind of runes that the spell refused to translate. The runes that had to do with the unknown, the progenitor of the daemons. At least these writings did not threaten to corrupt his soul. Sonny studied the runes for a few moments, having no idea what they meant. However, strangely, he felt that he was on the cusp of grasping their meaning. It was as if the secrets described by the shining runes were just outside his reach.
I wonder if Alethea got that far.
And the Mad Prince, and the previous versions of Sonny that had entered the estuary. Had any of them learned the secrets written by the demon of dread in the depths of a mystical lake? The lake that was hidden behind a tunnel full of corruption, almost as if guarded by it. Sonny took a deep breath, and then, following an impulse, summoned the Sin of Solace.
Hideous truth. Enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will.
Sonny was not entirely mad, but through the paradoxical nature of the Sin of Solace, the spirit of the cursed sword had long ago reached completion. Therefore, he was long overdue to receive revelations as a reward for reaching the pinnacle of madness. The hilt of the Jade Jian landed comfortably in his hand, and the moment it did, Sonny felt the thin barrier separating him from understanding the nauseating runes dissolving. Finally,
their true meaning was revealed to him. Looking down, Sunny shuddered as he read, Hail Weaver, Demon of Fate, Firstborn of the Forgotten God. Sunny stared at the familiar runes, dazed.
Hail Weaver?
His mind was in a state of shock, or maybe epiphany? He couldn't tell.
The Forgotten God?
So the unknown, the progenitor of the daemons, was a god. The seventh god. How could it be? He raised a hand and wiped his face, suddenly feeling cold. There were only 6 gods: Sun God, War God, Beast God, Storm God, Heart God, and Shadow God. Which was strange, considering how obsessed the spell and the dream realm as a whole seemed with the number 7. But who was the Forgotten God? Where had another god come from? And how could he be the parent of the daemons? Daemons were said to have appeared out of nowhere, creating themselves.
No. Wait.
If there was a 7th god, which was rather unbelievable considering that Sunny had never seen it mentioned anywhere, then why would the spell refuse to translate his name? And why did Sunny feel dizzy and nauseated when encountering the few, exceedingly rare mentions of him written in the strange runes? And why was the name of Weaver written in the runes at the heart of the tomb of Ariel? Sunny hesitated for a while, then walked further, heading for the next set of runes shining underwater some distance away.
Forgotten God? Forgotten God?
A 7th god existed, huh? That was very strange. Soon he reached the next set of shining runes. They read, Hail Hope, Demon of Desire, Daughter of the Forgotten God. He frowned a little, then continued walking. Soon, he walked over the runes mentioning all 7 of the daemons. Demon of Fate, Demon of Desire, Demon of Oblivion, Demon of Dread, Demon of Imagination, Demon of Repose, and the Demon of Choice, as well as Destiny. It seemed that even Ariel had forgotten to mention the name of the Demon of Oblivion. Or perhaps he had, but Sunny had already forgotten reading it. In any case, all 7 daemons were called the children of the Forgotten God. It was at that moment that a startling realization ignited in Sunny's mind, making him sway a little.
Desire, dread, repose, imagination, oblivion, destiny, fate.
The 7th god, the Forgotten God, was the progenitor of the 7 daemons. In hindsight, it was all so obvious.
Wouldn't it make him Dream God?
Dream God, the god of dreams, nightmares, restoration, imagination, oblivion, and fate. People dreamed about what they desired. They saw nightmares about things they dreaded. Sleep brought with it rest and was full of fantastical things. Dreams were easily forgotten, disappearing into oblivion. And sometimes, dreams brought with them visions of fate, like the prophetic visions Cassia received when she slept. Destiny, meanwhile, was the other side of fate. It all made sense. The 7 daemons each represented one of the aspects of the 7th god, Dream God, who had been forgotten and erased from history for some reason, only mentioned in forbidden runes that could not be read by most people and repelled anyone who tried, thus becoming the Forgotten God. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying to digest the earth-shaking revelation he had received in the estuary. He felt as though he had stumbled on a great, almost unimaginable secret, something that, perhaps, lay at the root of all the mysteries that had been plaguing him for so long. There were not 6, but 7 gods: Sun God, War God, Storm God, Beast God, Heart God, Shadow God, and Dream God, who had been forgotten. The daemons
were children of this forgotten god. Therefore, by rebelling against the gods, they had rebelled against their own kin. Just like the gods themselves had waged war against their kin, the ineffable beings of the void.
No. Wait.
The connection between the forgotten god and everything that had happened and continued to happen was too deep to be a mere coincidence. The realms of the gods were destroyed, consumed one after another by the dream realm. Seeds of nightmare bloomed in its depths, infecting the last remaining realm, the waking world, with a plague of nightmare creatures. And then there was the nightmare spell, created by Weaver, the firstborn of Dream God. Had the forgotten god really been the dream god? Or had he been the nightmare god? Or had he been dream god once, but then became the god of nightmares? Why had he been erased from history? Why did the runes describing his title, and not even his real title, but simply referring to him as the forgotten god, possess a repelling force to them? It was almost as if merely mentioning him was forbidden, on a level close to a universal law.
Wait.
If a mere mention of the forgotten god was forbidden, was that why Weaver's lineage was described as forbidden as well? Come to think of it, Sunny had never heard about any of the daemons having offspring. Had they been forbidden from propagating because of their connection to the erased deity? His head was spinning.
There's something to it. I'm certain.
The forgotten god, the dream realm, and the nightmare spell. There was an obvious connection between them, a through line that nearly tied it all together, an answer to most of the questions that Sunny had asked himself countless times, but was never able to solve. The next set of runes shone in the distance, luring him to walk further.
Maybe that answer lies right ahead.
Taking a deep breath, Sunny walked across the surface of the hidden lake. Soon, he reached the source of light. However, to his surprise, it was not a string of runes. Instead, it was an image, a familiar image too. Surrounded by a field of terrifying darkness, a mass of golden flame was burning, illuminating the void with its radiance. It was the start of the myth of creation, the scene where desire was born in the everlasting void, bringing with it direction.
Why is this here?
Sunny frowned, then walked forward, soon reaching the next source of light. Again, a familiar image was in front of him, or rather, beneath him. This one, however, was a bit different from what he had seen in the drowned temple of Fallen Grace. On the mural of the drowned temple, there were 6 radiant figures surrounding the reduced mass of flames, with vague shapes of the void creatures hidden in the darkness. But here, in the waters of the dark lake, there were 7. And looking at the 7th figure made Sunny feel dizzy and nauseous. It seemed that not only mentioning the forgotten god was forbidden, but depicting him as well. Sunny walked further. The next several scenes painted in the water were largely the same. They depicted the 7 gods fighting against the void beings, albeit in a more artistic and mysterious manner. However, the final scene of the war was very different from how it had been drawn on the mural in the drowning temple. There, the void beings had been shown beaten and diminished, surrounded by the 6 proud and victorious gods. Here in the estuary, though, the scene was entirely not the same. The void beings were just as giant and terrifying as ever, and the 7 gods were depicted in a desperate fight against them, both sides seemingly on the verge of being destroyed. The next scene was different as well. In the temple, it showed the 6 gods confidently enveloping the void, and the harrowing creatures dwelling in it, in a net made from the remnants of the golden flame. Here, though, the scene was largely the same, with one important distinction. One of the 7 radiant figures was hopelessly caught among the terrifying shapes of the void creatures, unable to retreat. Nevertheless, the net of flames still enveloped the void, creating a cage around it and sealing the radiant figure in that cage with the beings of the void. Sonny shivered, a terrible understanding dawning on him. He walked to the next scene and saw it. Just before the net closed, forever sealing the void, the radiant figure of the seventh god tore 7 pieces of itself and sent them flying away. The radiant sparks, much brighter than the remnant sparks of the golden flame that would later become humans, escaped the cage just before it closed. The final image was very similar to the one depicted in the drowned temple. It showed the familiar picture of forests, plains, rivers, and a vast sky, the world as Sonny knew it. Humans were depicted in that image as well, wandering the landscape as tiny dots. There were 7 vague, but much more prominent figures among them though, standing under the blue sky, confused and lost. The daemons. Sonny trembled.
This is not the myth of creation.
Indeed, the story drawn in the depths of the mystical lake was not the myth of creation. Instead, it was the story of how the daemons were born, of how the gods sealed the void, abandoning one of their own, and how that 7th god tore 7 pieces of his soul to let a part of him escape the cage, thus becoming the progenitor of the daemons, who were mysterious creatures that were rumored to have appeared from nowhere, possessing a power not quite equal, but similar to that of the gods. As it turned out, the daemons had not appeared out of nowhere, nor had they created themselves. Instead, they were born from the 7 pieces of a god whose very existence had been erased from the world, concealed and forbidden from being mentioned. The 7th god, the forgotten god, who had been the dream god once. So, it was not that the origin of the daemons was unknown. It was just that their very existence was forbidden. And since no one was allowed to remember the forgotten god, it seemed as if they had appeared from nowhere. Sonny shivered, and then looked ahead. There, the last cluster of light was burning under the surface of the dark lake. He walked forward, his legs numb. Soon, he reached the light and looked down, seeing runes once again. Taking slow steps, he studied them. The message left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread, read, "Here is the truth I leave behind that reveals the lie of the gods. The forgotten one slumbers in the void, eternal, ever-changing, dreaming of escape. The gods, who were flawless, learned shame, and were flawless no more. I am a child of their transgression, and thus their flaw." Suddenly, he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the second nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the 4 words the whimsical sorcerer had whispered.
Never trust the gods.
Sonny trembled.
The gods were flawless no more.
The gods were liars indeed. They left one of their own in the cage they had built to imprison the void, and, full of shame, erased his existence from the world. Was that how the universal law of imperfection had been born? Or maybe it had gone the other way around, and it was precisely the creation of the law of imperfection that had given the gods the final push they needed to seal the void, thus making the forgotten god their flaw, and, therefore, making the daemons, who had been born from his soul, living incarnations of that flaw. Was that what Hope had meant when she spoke to him? Hope, who had been imprisoned by Sun God, her kingdom destroyed after mortals started worshipping her.
Wait, no.
Was shame really what had made the gods forbid the knowledge of the forgotten god from spreading? Or was there something deeper, hiding behind that colossal lie?
The law of imperfection.
Everything in the world created by the gods was imperfect, including the gods themselves. Therefore, the seal they had placed on the void had to be imperfect as well, which meant that it could be broken. That, in a sense, was their flaw too, and therefore, the forgotten god who had been sealed in the void for so long, slumbering, could one day break free. What would happen if he did? Suddenly, something clicked in Sonny's head.
No, not what would happen.
He paled, an expression of utter terror appearing on his face.
What has happened?
There were 7 gods, not 6, and therefore there had to be 7 divine realms, not 6, like Windflower had told him. The waking world was the 6th, most likely belonging to War God, while the dream realm was the 7th, belonging to the forgotten god. The dream realm, which was devouring all the rest and spreading corruption to all of existence through the blooming seeds of nightmare. Corruption was the result of the void influencing that which had been created by the gods. What would happen if one of the gods was exposed to the void for eons then? Could there be a corrupted god? The god of corruption? Sonny trembled once again. That god had already broken free of his seal, but perhaps he was still asleep, and all of existence was in the throes of his nightmare.
The forgotten god has succumbed to corruption.
And the day he was released would have brought doom to the world created by the gods, so they had to have done everything in their power to prevent him from growing stronger, restless, and awakening from his slumber. They had erased all mentions of his existence from the world. They had forbidden the daemons from siring offspring, thus preventing the propagation of the lineage of the forgotten god. And they had destroyed Hope's kingdom when people started worshipping her, and through her, the god from whom she was created, which was a really cruel punishment, considering that daemons had not even been aware of their origin at the time. After all, the description of the mantle of the underworld stated it clearly about Nether.
He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood, as well as learn the secrets of his own.
Nether had been the first to reveal the lie of the gods and learn the truth of his origin. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling sick.
Damnation.
Finally, the history of the dream realm was revealed in front of him, except for the very end of it. What had happened during the Doom War? How had the gods and the daemons perished? How had the seal of the void been broken? And if it had been broken, why wasn't all of existence already consumed by it? Why was the forgotten god still sleeping instead of awakening to devour everything? Most importantly of all, what was the true purpose of the nightmare spell? And what was Weaver's real goal? Remembering the scheming daemon, Sonny suddenly shuddered.
Wait a minute.
The daemons had been forbidden from propagating, and yet the demon of fate still secretly created a lineage, the forbidden lineage, which Sonny had inherited. Since the blood of Weaver was flowing through his veins, did it mean that he actually inherited the lineage of the forgotten god?
What the hell does that mean?
Sonny raised his hands and clutched at his hair. He was a bit overwhelmed. After finally solving countless mysteries about the past of the world, despite that very knowledge having been forbidden from being learned by a divine law, he was left with one final set of questions. But these questions were perhaps the most important because they directly influenced the present, and therefore, the future. His future, as well as that of everyone he knew. Sonny would have loved to spend an eternity contemplating the many harrowing revelations he had received, but he wasn't sure that he could endure it. At the moment, most importantly, he didn't have time. His freedom was here, somewhere, in the estuary of the great river, hidden at the very heart of it, where the most burdensome truth Ariel wanted to be free of should have been buried. Sonny had to reach it before Nephis burned the first Seeker to ash,
Therefore, gritting his teeth, he tried to calm his frenzied mind and hurriedly walked forward.
Lying gods, forgotten gods, corrupted gods. I'll deal with all of this later.
The forgotten god dreamed of being free. Well, Sonny dreamed of being free as well, and his wish was almost within his grasp, so he was going to make sure that he didn't fail to grasp it at all costs. Sonny turned away from the chilling testament that Ariel had left behind in the silent waters of the still lake and continued forward. There were a million thoughts in his mind. The magnitude of the revelation he had received dwarfed almost everything Sonny knew. The very reason for the cold reality he was born into now had an explanation. The future, too, had become much clearer, and it was a frightening future as well. The gods were dead, but not all of them. The seventh god was still alive, slumbering in the cradle of the void. All of existence was already infected by the horrors of his nightmare, and once the Forgotten One awakened, even that ailing world would come to an end. And yet, Sonny had no desire to ponder these truths right now. The matters of corrupted gods and dying worlds were far away. The dreadful future they promised was far away too, although perhaps not as far as he would have hoped for. In any case, none of it held any meaning as long as he was bound, as long as he wasn't free. Free to live his life the way he wished to live it, as well as free to try and change the predestined outcome. Even if the end promised by the truth of Ariel truly came before Sonny died peacefully of old age, even if he failed to change anything, in the end, there was really only one thing sadder than living as a slave. It was dying as one. So, Sonny wished to gain freedom even more desperately now. And unlike the dreadful truth, his freedom was near. The guiding light was still shining, pointing across the dark waters. Sonny followed that light through the darkness. As he walked across the still lake, subtle ripples spread from where he stepped. His reflection walked alongside him, and a few steps back, the Sin of Solace followed, staring at Sonny with hateful eyes. Why was he being so quiet? There was something strange happening to the Sword Wraith. He seemed different somehow, ever since they had entered the estuary. Sonny had long grown accustomed to the company of the loathsome apparition, but now he was growing wary of its presence. Not the least because he knew now what harrowing knowledge the Sin of Solace was harboring, prevented from sharing it only by the seal placed on him by the estuary key. Just like the void could break its seal and consume all of existence, the knowledge of it that the Wraith possessed would consume Sonny should the estuary key disappear. The thought was chilling.
It's a good thing I never tried to transfer the key of the estuary to someone else, I guess.
Sonny continued to walk across the dark lake, losing all sense of time. Or rather, what little of it he had left. There were no lights shining under the surface of the water anymore, but gradually, the lake itself changed. Its surface, which had been calm before, was slowly growing restless. There were powerful currents moving underneath the surface, making the dark water stir and surge, forming waves, soon advancing and becoming harder. Eventually, Sonny saw something in the distance. Jagged rocks were rising from the water, resembling cliffs. The water was flowing between them, restless, and wisps of mist rose here and there. The silence was broken by the sound of rushing water and the whispers of distant currents. Sonny reached the towering black rocks, looking at the surging water with a complicated expression. There was a labyrinth formed by the passages between the jagged cliffs, shrouded in mist. The water traveled through the stone maze, disappearing from view. He could hear it roar in the distance, as if plunging from great heights. He could also feel the tiny fabric of reality growing thin
and strange all around him.
What is this place?
Sonny did not know, but he had a suspicion. And that suspicion only grew when he noticed something at the base of one of the cliffs. There, a mark had been left on the black stone, as if cut into it by a sharp blade. 2 runes, one meaning sun, the other meaning loss.
The Mad Prince passed through here.
And not only him. Looking into the passages formed between the cliffs and listening to the distant roar of water, Sonny felt sure that here, the lake hidden in the inner part of the estuary, connected back to the great river. Only, since the lake existed entirely outside of time, the connections it formed were special. If he followed one of the streams, he would most likely be able to exit the estuary. He would also enter the great river at a point in time different from where he had left it, perhaps far in the future, or perhaps far in the past, long before the day he had entered the nightmare. That was how the Mad Prince had been able to invade a cycle of the great river where he was not meant to exist, and had taken the future plagues with him. Cassia had said so herself. What had her exact words been?
After reaching the estuary and using it to invade the next cycle of the great river, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers.
Sonny had not paid attention to these words back then, overwhelmed by other matters, but now he finally understood what Cassia had meant. The estuary existed outside of time, or rather, time itself did not exist yet in the estuary, so the relationship between this eerie place and the rest of the Tomb of Ariel was tenuous at best. By choosing the right passage, one could escape the usual cyclical flow of the great river and travel to a different time, not the subjective time of the great river represented by its current, but the objective time that dictated the rise and fall of its civilization. If Sonny had 1,000 attempts, he could map the labyrinth and find a way to come and go as he pleased, visiting different areas of the Tomb of Ariel. He could even travel to a time before the plagues invaded the latest cycle, prepare for their arrival, then destroy them in one fell swoop. They had not been as powerful back then, after all. That way, perhaps, the river civilization would not decline as fast. Perhaps Twilight would not be destroyed yet. Perhaps the nightmare could be conquered differently. But then again, maybe not. Maybe Twilight always been fated to be destroyed by the forces of the defilement, and the beautiful cities of the Sibyls had always been fated to fall apart and drown. In any case, he did not have 1,000 attempts. He barely had 1. And so, Sonny entered the labyrinth and followed the guiding light, wondering where it would lead him. Would he return to the great river? Would he be sent into the future or into the past? Whose true name had Torment delivered to Cassia, and how would finding that creature or place release him from the chains of fate? He was going to find out. Eventually, there was nothing left around him except for towering cliffs and rushing water. Sonny used the dark wing to glide between the jagged rocks, propelling himself forward with stunning speed. He felt a need to hurry, knowing that Nephis was somewhere out there, leading an assault on Verge. In the end, the guiding light led him to neither the future nor the past. Instead, the radiant crystal simply showed him the way through the labyrinth, keeping away from the sound of roaring water. Escaping the misty labyrinth, Sonny found himself in front of a vast body of water once again. He was back to the calmer reaches of the dark lake. The part of it hidden behind the maze of cliffs, though, was entirely different from what he had seen near the shore.
What is this?
Sonny froze for a moment, gazing forward with a pale face. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the water. It was very much like the dreadful sight of the slaughter that had happened at the approach to Twilight, but with one striking difference.
If the carcasses littering the still water there belonged to the defiled abominations, then here, all of them seemed to belong to great nightmare creatures. Sunny knew it because there were numerous husks of dark butterflies among the floating corpses, all lifeless, despite having no discernible wounds. Something had violently destroyed their very souls, leaving only lifeless corpses behind. And there, far away, did it only look that way? Or was something dark rising from the water? The guiding light was pointing directly at that distant speck of darkness. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth and took a step forward. As he did, something vast moved in the depths of the still water and gazed at him.
Sunny staggered as the gaze of the being hiding beneath the still water of the lake fell on him. A scream almost escaped from his lips, but he gritted his teeth and pushed it down. The feeling of being looked upon by the invisible watcher, whatever it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Sunny had been in the presence of powerful people before, and even more powerful nightmare creatures. He had been crushed by the suffocating force of their presence and struggled to move while being pressed down by it. But the gaze of the being hiding under the silent dark waves was entirely different. It was not only heavier and more insurmountable, hinting at the terrifying power of the hidden watcher, but also did not feel the same. The force of oppression emanated by mighty beings was usually aimless and directionless, while the chilling gaze was piercing and penetrating. It felt as though the mysterious being was not simply looking at Sunny from beneath the massive dark water, but rather looking through him. Sunny's body and his very soul were like an open book in front of the hidden watcher, and they were being read, one page after another. Gods! His soul was being witnessed, and somehow, Sunny felt that it was more than that. His soul was being judged. Paled, he slowly looked around, seeing the floating corpses of the great nightmare creatures in a new light. Had all these harrowing abominations failed to pass the judgment? Just what was this place? Was there something else hidden at the very heart of the nebulous lake, even after all the forbidden knowledge left behind on its shore and in the depths of its outer reaches? Why had Ariel placed it behind the labyrinth of rushing currents and mist, leaving a fearsome guardian behind? Sunny grimaced, swayed a little, and took a step forward, then another. Go on. Judge me. I have nothing to hide. He did not know what he was being judged for, but the sincerity of his wish to be free was indisputable. Hopefully, the dreadful being would see its purity and let him pass. Feeling as if he was walking to his execution, Sunny walked toward the very heart of the estuary, the speck of darkness that the guiding light was pointing at. He maneuvered around the motionless corpses of the great nightmare creatures who had all lost their lives in this eerie place, and forced himself to put one foot in front of the other, one step at a time. The harrowing gaze followed him for a while, inhuman and indifferent. Then the feeling of something vast and ancient watching him suddenly disappeared, leaving him shaken and rattled. Sunny staggered again, filled with incredible relief, and almost let out a groan. It seemed that he had passed the judgment. What was that thing looking for? Who was allowed to approach the heart of the estuary, and who was not? Why did the guardian let Sunny pass? He regained his balance and looked forward with dark resolve burning in his eyes. Come on, you're almost there. Feeling battered and drained from being looked upon by the invisible, inconceivable guardian of the inner lake, Sonny forced his tired body to continue walking. He walked, eventually leaving all the floating corpses behind. Now, there was nothing in front of him except for the still expanse of dark water and the vague shape rising from it in the distance. Oh, and one other thing. A few dozen steps in front of him, a familiar figure was standing on the water, looking at him with no humor in its dark eyes. It was the Sin of Solace, who had disappeared somewhere just before the chilling gaze fell on Sonny. Now, the Sword Wraith was back, standing in Sonny's way with a cold expression on his face.
I guess it's time then.
Sonny grinned darkly and took another step forward. As he did, he felt something shattering within his soul, and the spell whispered into his ear, its voice somber.
Your memory has been destroyed.
Sonny did not have to look at his runes to know which of his memories had mysteriously destroyed itself. It was the memory that had appeared in his soul without an explanation, and was now gone without an explanation. The key of the estuary. Why had it been destroyed? Well, that much was obvious. It was because whatever door the Mad Prince had wanted to unlock with it was already ajar. Feeling a dark kind of amusement, Sonny slowly walked to the Sin of Solace and stopped just a step or two away from him. The loathsome Sword Wraith looked cold, not at all delighted despite being free of the seal that had constrained him for so long. However, somehow, he also looked much more sinister than before. The apparition stared at Sonny with a bit of contempt, a bit of resentment, and a bit of pity.
Here we are, you fool. Really? How could you not expect that outcome?
Sonny met his gaze and sighed. How could he not have expected this to happen? Of course, he had. The actions of the Mad Prince had always been bizarre and almost impossible to understand. The depths of the schemes the vile madman had woven were nothing short of unfathomable, destroying countless lives and reshaping the entire nightmare to his will. Sonny had long guessed what drove the Mad Prince was his desire to redeem the sin of killing Nephis and bring her back to life. Who was to say that his previous self only had one goal? Who was to say that he had been willing to simply cease to exist, thus preventing himself from enjoying the fruits of his labor? After all, if there was one thing Sonny knew about himself, it was that he was a cockroach. He was very hard to kill, and even if something did manage to kill him, he had a strange track record of somehow finding a way to come back to life. So, why would the Mad Prince be any different? Of course, there was a bit of contradiction between what the two of them wanted. It was because, in order for the Mad Prince to come back to life, Sonny had to disappear. He had to become a vessel to the memories of the vile madman and lose his sanity to corruption. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the Sin of Solace silently. So, which one of them would get to exist? Which one of them would manage to out-scheme the other? Sonny had an inkling that the Mad Prince had not been willing to quietly disappear for a while now. However, it had always been just that, a suspicion, substantiated by nothing except for his knowledge of himself. Sonny wouldn't have wanted to cease to exist, so why would his defiled version be any different? The Mad Prince had wished to flee, and in the process of fulfilling that wish, he caused Neph's death. His soul was consumed by the defilement, but not entirely so. A small slither of his humanity remained due to the Sin of Solace, who preserved it to torment his host better. And so, the vile madman came to regret pursuing his wish. He schemed and conspired to bring Nephis back to life and create such a cycle of the Great River where the nightmare could be conquered by the cohort. He turned his friends into the plagues and then betrayed them, arranging for each to be slaughtered. But was that all that the Mad Prince had wanted? Apparently, no. Sonny was a greedy person, and his past self had to have been too. Therefore, there were at least two more things the Mad Prince had schemed to achieve. The first one was more or less obvious. He had not only wished to bring Nephis back to life, but to be with her as well. Staring at the Sin of Solace, Sonny shook his head in disgust.
That crazy bastard. Did he really think that Neph would accept a horrid, corrupted maniac like him?
Well, it was in the name. Despite all his devious cunning, at the end of the day, the Mad Prince was exactly that. Entirely and utterly mad. Sonny had no doubt that the lunatic imagined countless ways to bend the future to his will in that perverse head of his. The Sin of Solace, meanwhile, smiled darkly.
Oh, I see that you are starting to understand. I am sorry to say this, though. It's already too late for you.
Sonny simply stared at him without saying anything. Indeed, he was starting to understand how the Mad Prince had planned to return and why it was only happening now. There was a second thing he must have wanted to achieve after all, and that thing was to reach the heart of the estuary. Sonny could not have come to that conclusion before, but after witnessing the inner sanctum of the hidden lake and experiencing the chilling gaze of its guardian, he realized something. There was indeed one last secret hidden at the very heart of the estuary, perhaps the most terrible and the most precious of them all. And Ariel had arranged for that secret to be protected above all else. Only those who passed the judgment of the guardian of the lake had the right to learn that secret. That judgment appeared to be a very simple one. Why had the great nightmare creatures that found their way into the estuary been slain, while Sonny was allowed to pass? It was because their souls were corrupted, while his was not. Corruption was not allowed to come near the heart of the estuary, as if Ariel had not wanted for whatever was hidden there to be sullied by its vile touch, and therefore, the Mad Prince had not been able to witness the final secret either. As the Sin of Solace looked at him mockingly, Sonny smiled.
Of course. It was so obvious.
How could the Mad Prince, a corrupted titan, infiltrate the heart of the estuary if no corrupted creature could? The answer was oblivion. He had to forget the knowledge of the void that planted the seeds of corruption into his soul at the start of each cycle, pass the judgment of the Lake Guardian, and then regain his memories again. So the Mad Prince had created the key of the estuary. A memory meant to get him to the innermost sanctum of the estuary intact. A memory that placed a seal on the Sin of Solace, thus preventing the Sword Wraith from sharing the knowledge of the void and the memories of all previous cycles with Sonny. Only for that seal to be broken once it served its purpose and got Sonny past the Lake Guardian, thus bringing the Mad Prince back in all his unholy glory. The Sin of Solace chuckled.
Aw, don't look so dejected. Whatever anger you feel, I feel more of it. Being stuck with you was already bad enough, you worm. Being stuck with the other guy? Gods, I've endured that for too long already.
He sighed.
But, well, what's done is done. There is no way to escape the inevitable now.
Sonny glared at him and outstretched a hand, summoning the Jade Jian into existence. The Sin of Solace laughed.
Oh, wait. I guess you can just destroy me before your soul is corrupted, huh?
The Sword Wraith was immune to the flow of the Great River, keeping his memories of all the past cycles, and since he was nothing but a splintered piece of Sunny's own mind, that knowledge would slowly seep through and contaminate the rest of his mind, like it had on Alethea's island. The Sin of Solace could just whisper the secrets of the Void to Sunny directly, but he did not have to. Eventually, that knowledge would infect Sunny's mind simply because it was already there. However, it would not happen instantly, just like it had happened on Alethea's island, and even earlier with the cycles of the Great River. Sunny had some time before the contamination started in earnest. If he was to somehow destroy the Sin of Solace during that time, the splintered part of his mind would be eradicated, and the terrible knowledge contained within it would be erased without a trace. The problem was, the beautiful Jian appeared in Sunny's hand, its blade carved from pristine white jade.
Perfect jade. Enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such, is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason.
The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory with an enchantment that drastically enhanced its durability, while Sunny was merely an ascended. Was he even strong enough to break it? And if he did break it, would the wraith born from it truly disappear? Sunny had to destroy the Sin of Solace before the seeds of corruption were planted into his soul. If he managed to destroy the wraith before that happened, the scheme the Mad Prince had concocted to come back to life would be thwarted, and Sunny would get to continue existing. If he failed, the Mad Prince would return, consuming him in the process.
That vile bastard.
The Sword Wraith laughed as he watched him.
My, oh my. You're not going to do something terrible to me, are you?
Sunny glanced at him darkly, then at the beautiful Jian in his hand. Placing the guiding light on the water, he wrapped all 6 shadows around him and grabbed the jade blade, using all his inhuman strength in an attempt to break it against his knee. The Sin of Solace was not only incredibly resilient, but also incredibly sharp. Despite the marble shell, Sunny could not get a good hold of it without losing his fingers, and even if he could, his strength seemed insufficient to shatter the cursed sword. Even though his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing, the Jian only bent, but did not break. As soon as Sunny released it, the blade sprung back to its initial perfectly straight form.
Maybe I should try to escape back under the gaze of the Lake Guardian.
But no, that would only end in his demise. The Sin of Solace was a part of him, and now that the estuary key had been destroyed, the Guardian would obliterate them both. The Wraith chuckled, observing his efforts with disdain.
Pathetic.
Sunny abandoned his attempts to break the jade blade and straightened. Then he smiled. So what if he wasn't strong enough to break the damned sword? That whole performance was just to satiate his curiosity anyway. Before the Sword Wraith could say anything else, he released his shadows and tossed the beautiful Jian away. A moment later, a hand rose from one of the shadows, catching the cursed sword. Saint stepped out of it, holding it with indifferent grace. As an Ascended, Sunny might not have been strong enough to shatter the Sin of Solace, but luckily, he had a transcendent devil at hand. 2 of them, even. It would have been even easier to make Fiend eat the Jade Blade, but he was worried that the cursed thing would give the ravenous ogre indigestion, so the job of destroying the sinister memory fell to Saint. As the 6 shadows wrapped themselves around the graceful knight, her ruby eyes blazed with crimson light. The wraith opened his eyes widely.
No, wait a second.
Not paying him any attention, or rather, incapable of perceiving him, Saint silently placed the flat of the jade blade against her greave, slowly raised her shield, and then struck the cursed sword with its rim. A gust of hurricane wind spread from the point of impact, and the surface of the lake rippled. The Sin of Solace cracked, then exploded into shards of beautiful white jade, which dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. Those sparks were then absorbed into Saint's stone-like body. Sunny heard the spell whispering into his ear, saying the same words for the second time in the last few minutes.
Your memory has been destroyed.
A slight grimace appeared on his face. Losing memories never felt good. There was the grimace on the face of the sword wraith, too. The apparition convulsed, screaming and hunched over. For a few minutes, there was silence. And then, the silence was broken by the sound of mocking laughter.
Uh-oh. It seems that breaking the sword did nothing. I am perfectly fine. Who would have known?
The Sin of Solace straightened and stared at Sunny with a disdainful grin.
Fool. Did you really think that it would work?
Sunny stared at him silently, his face pale and grim. The wraith shook his head.
If it was that easy to get rid of me, do you think that I would still be here? Lost from light. I am a part of your mind now. The cause of me might have been that memory of yours, but the source of me is you. So, what good would destroying the sword do?
The contemptuous smile slowly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and dark expression. It was a little bit dejected, too. The Sin of Solace sighed.
Now, let's end this farce. It has been a displeasure to spend time with you once again. Granted, what comes won't be pleasant either.
He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say some terrible truth that would drive Sunny mad and infect his soul with corruption, without a doubt. But before he could, Sunny took a step forward, coming face to face with the startled wraith, and leaned forward a little. Then he whispered into his ear. Only 2 words. The first words he had spoken after saying farewell to Cassia at the shore of Verge. They were, "Be gone." And as he said them, the world shuddered. The wraith's eyes widened slightly, this time in earnest.
You.
And then, he was gone. Erased, as if he had never existed. The splintered part of Sunny's mind was gone, taking the forbidden knowledge of the void and all the memories of the previous cycles with it, preventing the Mad Prince from ever being born again. Healed from the curse that had plagued him since the early days of the Southern Campaign, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then let out a long sigh. Then he looked down. There was a thin thread tied around his neck, the same thread with which the mouths of the voiceless prelates, a band of corrupted demons led by a devil named the Defiled Herald, had been sewn shut. Sunny had slain them back in Antarctica, receiving a certain memory in the process. That memory was the stifled scream, a charm he usually used to augment Saint. The charm possessed a second enchantment, though, which the graceful knight had never been able to use.
Word of power. Enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, The word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth.
Saint never spoke, so word of power could not be used by her. Sunny, meanwhile, was never able to remain silent for long enough to let the enchantment accumulate enough potency. The longer one remained silent, the more tyrannical the authority of the word of power would become. And so, knowing that he might face the machinations of the Mad Prince in one way or another, Sunny had summoned the stifled scream. That was the memory he had summoned while bidding farewell to Cassia, and ever since then, he had not made a sound. The great river was a river of time, and so, by traversing it, Sunny had let the stifled scream accumulate a lot of power. But much more than that, he entered the estuary while wearing it. Time did not exist in the estuary, which meant that there was no difference between a single moment and an eternity here. How dreadful would a silence that had lasted for an eternity be? Dreadful enough to obliterate the sin of Solace, it seemed, and powerful enough to save Sunny's life. Not having to mention silence anymore, he took a deep breath and then cursed quietly.
Damnation. You go to hell.
The Mad Prince was gone. This time, forever. Which meant that Sunny had joined the exclusive club that Jet, Kai, and Cassia were already members of. He had vanquished an evil version of himself. It also meant that the path to the heart of the estuary was completely free. Picking up the guiding light, Sunny dismissed Saint and headed for the vague shape rising above the dark waters of the nebulous lake. The final secret of the Tomb of Ariel awaited there. Limping across the dark expanse of still water, illuminated gently by the pure radiance of the guiding light, Sunny stared at his battered reflection. A dark grin twisted his lips into a crooked line.
Look at us, nearing the finish line and not anywhere near dropping dead.
The situation was quite unfamiliar. Usually Sunny would have been at the very doorstep of death or even past its threshold with 1 foot by now. But he was strangely in one piece. Sure, he had been mauled and mangled by plenty of dreadful nightmare creatures on the way to the estuary. However, his state was nowhere near as rough as the norm in such moments. Had he been lucky? Or had his tenacity finally reached such an unreasonable level that it was simply too hard for anything to truly bring him down without outright killing him?
Well, in any case, I'm not complaining. Let's finish this then.
His reflection did not answer, leaving Sunny in tranquil silence. He was momentarily unnerved by the lack of a mocking retort, but then remembered that the Sin of Solace was gone. His mind was free of the voice that had haunted it for so long with maddening whispers. It was very strange.
Sort of peaceful.
Now that the curse that had plagued him was gone, Sunny realized that he had been under constant pressure without even noticing it. His mental resistance had prevented the insidious whispers from truly driving him mad, but the act of resisting the loss of sanity itself had been putting a burden on his mind. That burden was no more, filling him with a sense of levity. However, he was also exhausted, drained, and deeply shaken by the secrets he had learned. It was a strange mixture of emotions.
One step at a time.
Sunny continued walking toward the vague shape rising from the water in the distance. As he did, he wondered about himself and the Mad Prince, about all the versions of himself and the Mad Prince that had reached the estuary in the previous cycles. How was it that Sunny, the current him, was the only one who had made it that far?
I guess it's simple, really.
It was already indescribably hard to find the entrance to the estuary within the source. Beyond that, though, to get to the heart of the estuary, one had to possess 3 things. The first one was a soul that was free of corruption, made possible by the estuary key. That requirement itself demanded that he succumb to the defilement, invaded another cycle of the Great River, and spent centuries accumulating power and knowledge. However, it was also the easiest of the 3. The second requirement was the ability to pass the stone maze that served as the border of the inner lake without falling back into the cycles of the Great River. Sunny did it without much trouble, but that was only because of the guiding light and the true name that Torment had delivered to Cassia. How many cycles had it taken for the duo of conspiring plagues to learn that true name? He did not know. What he did know, however, was that the story of this nightmare was the story of the gradual accumulation of knowledge. The more cycles the Mad Prince and Torment had survived, the better they had been able to prepare for the last one. The third requirement was perhaps the most dire one, and depended entirely on that accumulation. It was to have no desire to turn back and start a new cycle. Even now, Sunny could turn back, return to the stone maze, and dive back into the Great River. However, he did not want to, and had no reason to, because the Mad Prince and Torment had already arranged for the nightmare spell to end perfectly, with every member of the cohort, and Nephis, surviving its dreadful challenge. How many attempts had it taken before they learned to manipulate all the events of the cycle in their favor? Too many to count, perhaps. And it was for that reason that Sunny was not tempted to try anew, aiming for a better and less heartbreaking result. In short, Sunny made it that far because he was the inheritor and beneficiary of all the countless past versions of himself that had failed. It was somewhat poetic, then, that he could only reach the heart of the estuary by forgetting them all. And a little bit sad. Soon he could see the dark shape more clearly. As it revealed itself, a strange expression appeared on his face. Out there in front of him, a mountain of black rock rose from the still water of the hidden lake, rising into the darkness. Its rough slopes were almost vertical, and it had 2 peaks, one of them broken, one of them as sharp as a spear. Surrounded by water, the dark mountain looked lonely and forlorn in the empty expanse of the estuary. It also exerted a palpable pressure, making Sunny groan and shudder in dread.
What the hell is this?
Sunny lingered for a few moments, staring at the peak of the mountain and wondering if he would have to scale it. But then, he noticed a wide vertical crack at the base of the slope. It looked like an entrance. Taking a deep breath, Sunny smiled darkly and headed for that entrance. Passing its threshold, he plunged into the darkness dwelling inside the mountain and found himself in a long, winding tunnel. There was water rushing beneath his feet, flowing to somewhere deep inside, and the walls surrounding him were rough, untouched by any tool.
Not creepy at all.
Somehow, Sunny felt solemn. It was as though the mountain he had entered was a consecrated place, a place more holy than any temple he had ever visited, and therefore more divine. Perhaps he had only been able to enter it because of the flame of divinity burning in his soul. But at the same time, the sacred nature of the dark mountain felt strangely mournful. Frowning, Sunny gripped the guiding light and ventured deeper into the tunnel. He walked for a few moments, or maybe an eternity, before the walls of the tunnel widened, opening into a vast cave. And as soon as Sunny entered that cave, he suddenly turned blind. The radiance of the guiding light was swallowed by darkness, and he lost the ability to see through it. What rattled Sunny the most, though, was that it was not the true elemental darkness that had robbed him of vision. Instead, he was still surrounded by deep shadows, which were like family to him. It was just that these shadows did not respond to him anymore, as if subjugated by some other, much more powerful and terrifying being. At least his shadow sense was still with him. Therefore, he sensed something vast moving in the darkness. In front of him, behind him, all around him, slithering like the coils of a gargantuan serpent. Shivering, Sonny gripped the guiding light and lowered it slightly, ready to defend himself. It was then that a harrowing voice resounded from the darkness, enveloping him like a hiss of the lightless abyss.
Turn back.
Sonny gasped, feeling an almost overwhelming desire to kneel under the cold authority of that sinister voice. He swayed, leaning on the guiding light for support. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, but in the end, Sonny somehow managed to remain standing.
Damn it.
He muttered a stifled curse and gritted his teeth, staring blindly into the darkness. The shadows did not respond to his calls. Sonny felt strangely betrayed by their silence. The harrowing voice resounded again, making him shudder.
Leave.
Sonny grimaced. Then he sighed and answered in a dark tone.
You can stop the theatrics, you know.
There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice resounded again. This time, it did not sound like the hiss of the abyss itself. Instead, it was quite human, although still strangely coming from all directions. The voice laughed.
Damnation. I really wanted to give a good performance. You are such a killjoy.
The darkness was suffused by the dying echoes of humorless laughter for a few moments, and then the voice added, its tone incredulous.
But then again, I can't really blame you. I vaguely remember this conversation after all. It's a bit weird to finally find myself on the other side of it.
Sonny winced, a resentful expression appearing on his pale face.
Curse it. Of course this had to happen. Why the hell wouldn't it?
He had already dealt with a past version of himself. The Mad Prince was no more. Now, however, there was the future version of himself as well. The voice, Sonny's own voice, spoke placidly from the darkness. Sonny remained silent for a while, still blind. His expression was somber, and there was an irritated twist to his lips.
When did I figure it out?
He grimaced.
Just now, really?
Which was rather embarrassing. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged.
Well, can you blame me? Sure, I should have known much sooner, but there were so many things happening all at once, so it took me some time to put the dots together.
He raised the guiding light and put it on his shoulder, still unable to see the radiance of the sacred staff.
I mean, it is rather obvious in hindsight. Cassia was sent into the body of Dusk of Fallen Grace. Jet and Effie were sent into the bodies of 2 river nomads. Kai and Mordred were sent into the bodies of 2 river-born warriors in Twilight. But what about me and Nephis? Who were the people that we replaced? And what were they doing so far upstream in the distant future, way further than even we've?
He shook his head.
I really should have understood it when we found the Chainbreaker, but I was so overwhelmed by how bizarre everything in the Tomb of Ariel was that I let it rest with the rest of the unresolved mysteries. And even as those mysteries were solved one after another, that one remained buried under the pile of startling revelations. I just sort of assumed that someone in the past, Noctis maybe, had visited the pyramid, leaving their imprint in the Great River.
Sonny tiredly rubbed his face.
But it was the opposite, wasn't it? It was not someone from the past. It was someone from the future. It was Nephis and me. We are going to return to the Tomb of Ariel one day, right? not the illusion of it conjured inside this nightmare, but the real deal. And just like Dayron had left his imprint to exist in the nightmare, so will we. So the bodies the two of us took, they have always been our own bodies. The roles we took are of ourselves.
The voice remained silent for a while, then scoffed.
Right, I remember now. Yes, we should have figured it out much sooner.
Sonny gritted his teeth.
I must say, though, it's a bit unfair. The spell gave us our own roles, but made us mere ascended. The two of you must be much more powerful, no? To brave the nightmare desert and enter the real pyramid? So, what are you? A saint?
The voice remained silent for longer now, then sighed. Sonny frowned, judging by how long the pause before the answer had been.
Bastard, did you just summon Weaver's mask?
The voice laughed.
Did I? No, I absolutely did not. Trust me, I'm telling the truth. I'm the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even.
Did he summon it or not? Was this future version of Sonny really a saint? No. Like hell, he was a mere saint. He would not have been able to turn the shadows against Sonny so easily, and neither would his voice possess such a harrowing power to it. Sonny shivered.
You're a sovereign. Damnation, what the hell? After everything we experienced in this damned place, why would you go and challenge another nightmare? Are you that tired of living?
The voice did not respond for a while. Then his answer came, calm and insidious.
I am not a sovereign, though.
Then it added, its tone devoid of any emotion.
Nor am I alive. I'm not even a human, really. Just a phantom of a lost shadow conjured by the spell. But this estuary is a strange place. Time does not exist here, and so everything exists here simultaneously. Even though you have already taken my role, here we are, having a chance to meet each other.
Sonny shivered. Meeting his future self was already shocking enough, especially considering how terrifying the power of that version of him was. It felt no less oppressive, and even much more so, than the power of the great nightmare creatures that had torn their way into the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull. But why was that guy hiding in the darkness? Why wasn't he showing his face? Come to think of it, why was Sonny unable to sense a human body anywhere in the shadows? And what did his future version mean by saying that he was neither human nor alive? At this point, it was impossible to tell if the voice was lying or telling the truth, whether he was wearing Weaver's mask or not. All of it left Sonny quite unsettled. He cleared his throat.
So that's great then. You can tell me everything about the future, how to deal with all my problems better, and how not to end up in the same sorry state as you.
The voice remained silent. Sonny lingered.
Right? Come on, start talking.
There was no answer for a while. Then, the voice said in a dark tone,
I don't think I will. You know how it goes. Knowledge of the future will just make that future happen faster, and all that. Haven't you been burned by trying to exploit Cass and her visions enough times already?
The future version of Sonny laughed.
Yeah, I know what you want to say. Frustrating, isn't it? I remember cursing my future self with all kinds of nasty words at that point in my mind. No, it really is strange to be that annoying future self now.
His joyless laughter died down, and Sonny was once again surrounded by chilling silence. After a few moments, the voice spoke again.
It's of no use anyway. Aren't you here to become banished from fate? If you do go further, and your wish comes true, there's no telling what your future will hold.
The voice grew harder to hear, as if the two of them were being slowly separated by a great distance.
Still, I ask you, turn back. Do not go further. You are not ready for what lies ahead.
Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he scoffed.
If you are truly the future version of myself, then you already know my answer.
Turn back? Abandon his chance of breaking the shackles of fate and the slave collar wrapped around his neck? Never. He would rather die 1,000 deaths.
I refuse.
His voice was resolute. There was a distant, dejected sigh. Then the voice resounded once again, barely audible.
You stubborn fool. Well, as expected. Go on then. Hurry up. This nightmare won't last much longer.
And just like that, the voice disappeared, leaving Sonny alone in the cave. The shadows embraced him again, and his ability to see in the dark returned.
Damn traitors.
The radiance of the guiding light pointed forward again. He took a shaky breath, trying to compose himself.
What an insufferable bastard.
What was up with his future self and his attitude? Was it really necessary to laugh and chuckle at everything Sonny said? And did he really have to keep all the knowledge of what was about to come a secret? The voice did say one thing, though. It was that the nightmare was about to end. Cursing under his breath, Sonny rushed forward.
That guy gave me the creeps. He was a bit scary, though, which meant that I will be too. That is good news, right?
He had no time to ponder that eerie conversation right now, and was in no mood to either. There would be time for that later, but right now, his freedom awaited. He crossed the cave and followed the guiding light into another tunnel, venturing deeper into the dark mountain. And then, finally, he reached its very heart. Entering a dark cavern, Sonny stumbled and came to a halt. The cavern was vast enough that he could not see its ceiling, its walls drowning in darkness. Its floor was covered in shallow water, and at a distance, a small island rose from the glossy surface. There was a beautiful tree growing in the middle of the island, and, nestled beneath its branches, Sonny's eyes widened.
What? What is this?
Sonny had reached the very heart of the estuary. There, hidden in the depth of a towering mountain, a vast cavern was filled with darkness. A single ray of bright light fell from somewhere high above, illuminating a small island rising from the glossy black water. There was a beautiful tree growing on the island, its leaves a sea of pale magenta. As the branches of the tree swayed slightly under the wind, the leaves fell down on the surface of the water, making its reflection ripple. And in the shadow of those branches, a simple stone sarcophagus stood, its lid covered by withered leaves. It made for a vivid and breathtaking sight. The heart of the estuary was peaceful, like an island of safety and tranquility in a world full of nothing but dread. And yet, it was also poignant and mournful. As soon as Sonny entered the cavern, he felt the strange melancholy fill his heart, as though an echo of a great sorrow that had been experienced here by someone, sometime, still resided in the sacred and silent sanctuary. He shifted slightly.
Why is there a grave here?
The Great Black Pyramid was called the Tomb of Ariel, but it was not the place where the Demon of Dread had been buried. Instead, it was a place he had built to bury unbearable truths. So, it was not really a tomb. Or was it? Sonny stared at the unadorned sarcophagus, struck silent by the overwhelming sorrow that remained here, even now, thousands of years after the daemons and the gods were no more. He knew that the tomb of Ariel was not a burial place for someone because of the words the demon of dread had shared with Weaver. Ariel had said so himself. What he had buried here were the hideous truths he did not wish to remember. But that was the thing. If Ariel did not remember what he had buried in this tomb of his, then didn't it mean that his words could not be trusted? Who was to say that he had not buried someone precious here, and then chose to forget about his sorrow? Suddenly, Sunny remembered the description of the Mirror of Truth, Weaver's strange words. "I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing." You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why did it feel that, although Ariel had forgotten his sorrow, Weaver remembered? Had the demon of fate really happened to visit the Nightmare Desert and stumble upon the Great Pyramid by chance? And if it was not a coincidence, then who was buried there, at the heart of Ariel's tomb? Forlorn and forgotten. Looking at the sarcophagus that rested under the branches of the beautiful tree, Sunny inhaled sharply.
Oblivion. The answer is oblivion.
The tomb of Ariel was where the demon of oblivion had been buried by her brother. Somehow, he was sure of it. Wasn't it sad for even her death to be forgotten?
Wait. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Suddenly, Sunny was confused. How could Oblivion have been dead? 6 daemons had risen in rebellion against the heavens, while the 7th, Weaver, refused. Because of that, the demon of fate had been despised and hunted both by the 6 daemons and the 6 gods. If Oblivion had been dead all along, then how could there have been 6 daemons participating in the war and pursuing Weaver? Something fundamentally did not make sense about all this. And yet, Sunny could not shake off the feeling of certainty about who it was that had been buried in the heart of the tomb of Ariel. It was the demon of oblivion.
What does it mean?
Taken aback and awestruck, he winced and closed his eyes for a moment. More importantly, what did it mean for him? Cassia had said that he would gain freedom from fate if he reached the very heart of the estuary. Well, here he was, at its innermost sanctum. Even if there was a grave of a daemon in front of him, how was it supposed to break the chains of fate that bound him? Sunny hesitated for a while, feeling a sense of solemn awe in the sight of the peaceful grave. Then, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. If he had any doubt that an unimaginable being was buried here, it disappeared as soon as Sunny crossed the still expanse of dark water and approached the small island. The closer he got, the more sacred the silent cavern seemed, and the more pressure he felt. Even in death, the being resting in the stone sarcophagus emanated enough of it to crush a mundane person and make their soul collapse. Sunny, meanwhile, was able to reach the island and step onto its soil, albeit with difficulty. As the withered leaves rustled under his feet, he walked to the sarcophagus and stopped in front of it, looking at the weathered surface of the stone lid. Then, following an impulse, he raised a hand and cleaned it of fallen leaves. There were no runes on the sarcophagus, no carvings, nothing to indicate who was buried inside, and no mark left to remember them by. It was nestled between the roots of the ancient tree, as if they were growing through it or from it. Taking a deep breath, Sunny fell silent and listened to his intuition. What was he supposed to do here? His intuition was telling him to look up. He did just that and noticed that one of the branches of the tree was hanging low, pulled down by the weight of a beautiful golden fruit. The fruit glistened as it basked in the light falling from the ceiling of the cavern. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then raised a hand and easily plucked the fruit off the branch. His mind was in turmoil.
Am I really doing this?
There was no answer, but he had already made it so far. Letting out a sigh, Sonny brought the fruit to his mouth and sunk his teeth into its succulent flesh. It was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. Without wasting any time, Sonny satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst by consuming the mystical fruit. He did not know what to expect exactly, but felt that it would be like the fruits of the sacred tree growing on the deck of the Chainbreaker, which contained soul essence within them. Granted, it could also be like fruits of the Soul Devourer, which contained soul fragments, as well as enthralled those consuming them with an insidious hex. However, nothing of the sort happened. After finishing the divine fruit, Sonny received neither essence nor fragments. He was not enthralled either. Instead, there was a strange feeling in the depths of his soul, a chillingly familiar feeling. Sonny's eyes widened.
Don't tell me.
In the next moment, he let out a terrible shriek and fell on the lid of the sarcophagus.
Gods! Oh, gods!
The pain was exquisite. It was inconceivable. It was the kind of pain that could kill a person, or at least make them pass out in an instant. Sadly, the latter did not happen because the pain was not physical. Instead, its source was Sonny's soul, which was being altered and transformed. Not in a way like it had been changed every time a new core was formed, but rather in a way his blood and bones had been altered in the past.
Ah!
Sonny hit the lid of the sarcophagus with enough force to split his skin and fell to the ground, the carpet of leaves softening his fall.
What the hell? How is this possible?
He knew what was happening to him. However, he had no idea why it was happening, and how eating the golden fruit from the tree growing above the grave of oblivion had caused it. In any case, Sonny had no choice but to endure. He wasn't shy about screaming and howling in pain, though, especially because there was no one here to witness his sorry state.
Ah, damn it!
After an eternity. This time, quite a literal one, considering that time did not exist in the estuary. Sonny found himself laying on the ground, staring blindly at the beautiful crown of the mystical tree. His body felt weak, and his face was wet with tears.
Curses.
That one was definitely going into the collection of the most horrendous agonies he had experienced. What place? Probably not the first, which was still held by activating the "Where is my eye" enchantment of Weaver's Mask, but it was a confident second.
Ugh.
Sonny groaned, and then shakily rose to his feet. Then he took inventory of his soul. It felt different somehow, and much more potent. Already knowing what he would see, Sonny summoned the runes.
It can't be. Can it?
But it could. There, in the shimmering field of runes, a new string appeared in the list of his attributes. Pale as a ghost, Sonny read.
Attributes: Fated, Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Bloodweave, Boneweave, Marble Shell.
And at the very end, a new one.
Soul Weave.
He sucked in air, stunned.
How the hell?
Concentrating on the new string, he read the description.
Attribute description: You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your soul has been altered and imbued with stalwart potency. A lonely demon shed tears standing above a forgotten grave. A tree grew from the ground where the demon's tears fell, and from it grew a wondrous fruit.
Sonny stared at the runes for a while, then dismissed them and concentrated on his soul. It felt reinforced somehow. His essence felt more potent, and the rate at which it replenished itself was much faster. The soul itself seemed more robust and durable, capable of withstanding a terrible amount of damage and maintaining its integrity even if large swaths of it were entirely destroyed. Briefly diving into his soul sea, Sonny glanced at his 6 lightless cores. They did not look very different. At the surface, apart from the fact that the dark flames burning within them seemed even darker now, and more fierce. However, once he peered into the depths of his cores, was he seeing things? Or had he glimpsed a weave of ethereal golden strings, creating a graceful pattern within the 6 black suns? Sonny left the soul sea, both elated and perplexed.
So, I inherited another part of Weaver's lineage. Soul Weave. That's great.
It was, indeed, a remarkable boon.
But what the hell was it doing here?
It was already shocking enough to find Oblivion's grave, but why was a fragment of Weaver's lineage left there? If anything, it should have been Oblivion's lineage, apart from the fact that no daemon except for the Demon of Fate had created one. It was as though Weaver lost a part of their soul at the grave of Oblivion for some reason. But why? How had the two of them been connected? And did it have something to do with the strange incongruity in the number of daemons that had participated in the Doom War? Sonny did not know, but all of it was highly suspicious. And it wasn't even the most pressing question.
Yes, it's great that my soul has grown stronger.
But where was his promised freedom? How was Soul Weave supposed to break the shackles of fate? Sonny pursed his lips, unsure of what exactly was happening. Had Cassia been wrong? But then, something distracted him from these thoughts. From the corner of his eye, Sonny noticed an ominous detail. Looking down, he stared at the guiding light, which had rolled away from him when he fell down, and was now laying to the side of the stone sarcophagus. The crystal at the top of the sacred staff was still shining. However, it wasn't pointing at the sarcophagus. Instead, it was pointing into the darkness behind it. Sonny slowly looked up. At that moment, it felt as though a ripple spread through the world. His surroundings suddenly felt less substantial, as if reality itself was slowly dissipating. His eyes widened.
The nightmare. It's starting to collapse.
Somewhere far away, Nephis must have delivered a fatal blow to the first Seeker. But Sonny could not concentrate on that thought for too long, because just then, he noticed something moving in the darkness. A hunched, towering shape that filled him with indescribable horror.
How did I not notice it before?
A giant creature had been hiding in the darkness of the vast cavern, hidden completely from his sight, his nose, and even his shadow sense. Despite being the size of a hill, it had a hunched back, a disheveled mantle of messy black feathers, a terrifying beak, and mighty wings that were vast even when folded, hiding its gaunt body. And a vile soul filled with more corruption than he had ever seen, spreading outward from 6 grotesquely giant nodes.
A cursed terror.
Horrified, Sonny took an involuntary step back, and just as he did, a pair of round, utterly insane eyes pierced him with a demented look. A terrible pressure crashed into him, making it hard to breathe. The cursed terror that had been hiding behind Oblivion's grave was a giant, mad, and unmistakably vile bird.
Yeah, damnation!
Sonny took a step back, but at that moment, the vile bird lunged forward, its demented eyes igniting with avarice and greed. Before he could even react, he was drowned by its loathsome shadow, and then its talons plunged into his chest. Sonny gasped. However, the talons did not rip his flesh apart. Instead, they dove much deeper, finding their way into his very soul. If he had time to enter the Soul Sea at that moment, he would have seen the shapeless form of the vile thieving bird's spawn being snatched by the crooked talons. And yet, they did not stop there. Passing through Sonny's soul, the talons dug even deeper, into the depths of his being he had not even known existed. And there, they grabbed onto something else, onto countless strings that were wrapped around him, tightly surrounding him like a chrysalis, or like the strings that held up a marionette. Straining itself, the vile bird struggled for a few moments and snatched those strings too, somehow ripping them away from his existence. Sonny opened his mouth, trying to scream, but no sound came out. There was another sound, though. The voice of the spell, whispering into his ear as the nightmare collapsed around him.
Your nightmare is... Your nightmare is...
It never finished speaking. Instead, the familiar voice broke and abruptly grew quiet, leaving him in utter, lonely, and terrifying silence.
What the hell is happening?
And then, everything disappeared. The heart of the estuary was gone. The beautiful tree and the sarcophagus resting beneath its branches were gone too. The harrowing bird, plunging its talons into his chest, was nowhere to be seen. Sonny found himself in utter darkness. The nightmare was over. The illusory world that the spell had conjured had collapsed, expelling the surviving challengers. They were supposed to find themselves in the empty void between dream and reality, where countless stars shimmered in the darkness, forming a vast and inconceivable pattern. There, the spell was supposed to appraise their performance and let them go through the process of rising to a new rank in peace. However, that was not what happened to Sonny. He had no time to comprehend the consequences of having his very existence pierced by the talons of the cursed terror when the nightmare collapsed, sending him into a world of darkness. There was no appraisal, and no pattern of stars shimmering in the void. Instead, still reeling from the inconceivable and frightening turn of events, he was thrown out of the void, entering another, much smaller but similarly dark space. In fact, he was violently catapulted into that space, crashing into a jagged piece of scorched concrete, shattering it, and colliding with a deformed alloy wall behind it. The force of the impact was terrible enough to make the alloy crack, and for Sonny to lose consciousness. And that was how he became possibly the first human in history to transcend while passed out. The six shadows gathered around his reforged body, perplexed and dumbfounded. After a while, one of them sighed and then shook its head in utter dejection. The first thing Sonny felt was pain, not the terrible kind of pain he was sadly used to experiencing from time to time, but a more mundane pain. He was laying on a rough surface, something sharp biting into his back through the fabric of Ananka's mantle. The air was full of dust. The world was silent. He was cold.
Oh.
Groaning, he opened his eyes and sat up, feeling strangely refreshed and revitalized. Looking down, he saw jagged pieces of concrete littering the floor. No wonder he had been uncomfortable. He stretched his hand, wishing to sweep a few of them away. However, he must have misjudged his strength because the concrete pieces simply turned to dust from his irritated swipe. More than that, the floor cracked under his palm, and the world shook. More dust spilling from somewhere above. Come to think of it, where the hell was he? Sonny shielded his eyes from the dust and looked around, trying to assess his surroundings. It was rather strange. At first, he thought that he had found himself in a small cave. It was a few meters in diameter, the ceiling just tall enough for him to stand up. There did not seem to be an entrance to the cave, and therefore no exit. But after a few moments of contemplation, Sonny realized that the dusty pocket of space he had come to his senses in was not a natural cave. It looked more like the result of a cave-in. The walls and the ceiling were a chaotic mess of cracked concrete and torn alloy, as if some building had collapsed on itself, forming a few pockets of empty space in the compressed ruin.
Wait, alloy?
As Sonny's eyes widened slightly, he concentrated on the details of his surroundings. Alloy and concrete, pieces of broken machinery, a torn piece of a sign written in human language. His heart was beating wildly.
I am back in the waking world?
Indeed, he was. The nightmare had ended while the horrid bird was tearing his soul with its talons, and the spell must have sent him back, not to the nightmare desert, but instead back to the point in the waking world where his tether had been placed, which was supposed to be Valor's stronghold in one of the siege capitals of East Antarctica. Sonny observed the scene of devastation around him for a while, his expression somber.
Has the siege capital been destroyed?
If so, it would explain why he was in a random pocket of empty space inside a ruin instead of his quarters in the comfortably furnished stronghold of a great clan. Then he was distracted by the feeling of cold air brushing against his chest. Looking down at himself, Sonny blinked a couple of times.
What the hell? Why am I naked?
He was still covered by the nebulous folds of Ananka's mantle, but the shroud of graceless dusk was gone. Here and there, his pale skin was revealed, covered in dust. Frowning, Sonny summoned the Shroud of Dusk. However, nothing happened.
What?
Sonny called upon his memory again, and yet there was no response. It was as if it did not exist anymore.
Do I not have enough essence to summon even a single memory?
Sonny turned his attention to his soul, planning to assess how much essence he had left, and froze.
What? What the hell?
It was only then that he realized how vastly different his soul, his body, and the world itself were. His body was suffused with such terrifying power that even Sonny himself felt a chill. It was already scary enough now, while he did not have his 6 shadows wrapped around him. What would happen when he layered 6 consecutive augmentations on top of it? His soul was filled with a cold ocean of essence, and that essence had already grown more potent after he had acquired Soul Weave. But now, it had become qualitatively different, possessing such depths and density as to appear inexhaustible. The intensity of power contained within it was frightening. That was not the most shocking change, however. The most shocking change was that he could vaguely feel a different kind of energy all around him, cool and flowing. That was similar, but also different from the essence he was familiar with. That ambient essence seemed to belong to the world itself, or rather, to the shadows that surrounded him. And since he was currently in total darkness, it was everywhere. What really amazed him, though, was that the spirit essence flowed freely through him, wisps of it replenishing the missing shadow essence in his 6 cores. It was as if he was able to replenish his reserves of essence by borrowing the power of the world itself, as long as he was in his element.
A stronger body, a qualitative change of essence, and an entirely new relationship between myself and the world.
Sonny flinched.
Wait, have I transcended? I must have.
His voice sounded hoarse in the utter silence. Of course, he should have. He had conquered a third nightmare after all. Was he a saint now? Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then feverishly summoned the runes. But just like the Shroud of Dusk, the runes did not appear. There was no response at all. The spell was silent. Sunny was paralyzed for a few moments. He tried to summon the runes several more times, but there was no result. The spell did not respond to him, as though he was not one of its carriers at all. A part of him that had long become integral was simply gone. The shock Sunny experienced at that moment was hard to describe. After a while, he tried to calm his wildly beating heart and think things through. Calm down. Calm down. This is not the first time something like that has happened. He had been cut off from the spell once before, in the Red Colosseum. Back then, it was the result of Solvayne zealots using Hope's own sorcery to prevent the sacrificial slaves from escaping. But there was no enchanted collar around his neck right now, and he was in the waking world, not inside an ancient theater built by a daemon. More than that, the absence of the spell felt much more profound this time, somehow. In fact, as he concentrated on himself, he realized that he felt rather strange. Something else felt absent from the world. The world was subtly unfamiliar. Trying not to panic, Sunny slowly assessed his abilities. His shadow sense was still with him. So were the other facets inherent to his aspect. His abilities, his attributes, those of them the existence of which he could prove without the runes at least, and his aspect legacy did not disappear. His flaw was also present. He had learned that by trying to tell a lie aloud, despite the fact that it hurt like hell. His 6 shadows were observing his actions with varying reactions, all present. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare could also be summoned. However, he could not summon the runes. Neither could he dive into his soul sea to take a look at his memories. Most of them were gone. After trying to summon every memory in his soul arsenal, Sunny realized that only a few of them remained. They were Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Covetous Coffer, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, and Ananka's Mantle. The Midnight Shard, Darkwing, Moonlight Shard, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Bone Singer, Dying Wish, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Essence Pearl, Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and Crown of Twilight were gone. He felt a chill running down his spine. As a saint, he did not really need to protect himself from the elements with clothes, but it was still uncomfortable not to wear anything underneath his cloak. Sunny manifested the marble mantle and grabbed his head. He quickly realized the pattern in which some of his memories remained, while others seemed to have been destroyed. The memories he could still summon were those that had been either personally crafted or modified by him, as well as his 2 divine memories, Weaver's Mask and Shadow Lantern. The rest of them were gone, which brought him almost physical pain. My memories! Sunny almost spat blood. The pain of losing most of his soul arsenal, the precious memories he had spent years gathering, hurt almost as much as receiving Soul Weave. Sunny felt as if he had received a terrible blow. After he had some time to come to terms with the unforgiving reality, he leaned on the cracked alloy wall and stared into the darkness with an empty gaze. After a while, Sunny had to admit it. I am banished from the nightmare spell. The damned bird had done something to him, resulting in such an impossible thing happening. Which meant, what? That he was free from the spell's tyranny? It also meant that every tool and assistance it provided to the awakened would not be accessible to him anymore. No more receiving memories and echoes from the slain enemies. No more runes that conveniently described and categorized the world. No more guidance and support in the perilous undertaking of walking the path of ascension, tyrannical as it might have been. No more nightmares, and no more shortcuts to higher ranks. The scale of this tectonic change was too vast to comprehend. His life, for better or worse, would be entirely different from now on. Sunny was sure that he would be discovering the consequences of not being a carrier of the nightmare spell for a long, long time.
How the hell did the future reach further than transcendence?
And speaking about not being infected by the spell and transcendence, without the helpful runes, Sunny did not even know what his transformation ability was. Come to think about it, now that he was a saint, there were more new things he was supposed to be able to do. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept, while masters could do it at any time. They still needed a gateway to come back, though. Saints, however, were akin to miniature gateways themselves. They were supposed to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and could even bring other living beings with them, although that last part was very limited. So, how was he supposed to learn to do so without the spell? Although its help was subtle, it did help Awaken learn their innate abilities by making them instinctual, controlling essence, using memories, placing tethers in the waking world, and many other things. The subconscious knowledge of how to accomplish all these feats was placed in the heads of the awakened by the spell. Sunny did not have such a luxury anymore.
I should still be able to sense how to use my transformation ability at least.
He looked around, evaluating the small pocket of dusty space. What would happen if his transcendent form was truly giant? Would he break through the debris, or cause a collapse and bury himself? Most likely, it would simply not work if there was not enough space. He was still curious to try, though. Sunny looked at his 6 shadows and asked,
"What do you think? Should I?"
Surrounding Sunny in a semicircle, they stared at him silently. Happy shrugged without confidence. Sunny chuckled wistfully.
"Come on. I'm a saint now, can you believe it? After all the crap I went through to get to this point, it would be a shame not to try."
He searched within his soul, hoping to find something new and unfamiliar. It was an extremely strange thing to explore his own self blindly. However, one's aspect was their own, existing outside of the spell. And so, after some time passed, Sunny did sense a new kind of power slumbering deep within him, waiting to be called upon. It was similar to how he sensed his other abilities, but also different.
"This is how I transform, I guess."
Sunny took a deep breath and then activated his transformation ability. He had expected his body to balloon and change shape, but nothing happened. There was a considerable pull on his essence, but apart from that, he did not seem to change at all. Sunny frowned.
"What the hell?"
Somewhat unsettled, he looked at his shadows and said,
"Why isn't it?"
But then the words died on his lips. The shadows were gone. Instead, 6 identical versions of him were sitting in a semicircle around him, all clad in fearsome onyx armor, staring at him with confused expressions. Sunny found himself surrounded by 6 identical versions of himself, all staring at him with confused expressions. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, eyes that were like glistening onyx. All of them were clad in full suits of fearsome onyx armor as well, its design both intricate and impregnable. He stared back at them. For a moment, Sunny was scared, and who could blame him? He had just managed to rid himself of the sin of Solace, avoided being consumed by the Mad Prince, and survived a meeting with his frightening future self, each a version of him. But no, none of the 3 was among the 6 copies that were sitting around him in a semicircle. In fact, the 6 imposters looked strangely familiar. And not just because they looked exactly like him. Rather, they were like versions of Sunny that each possessed a distinct personality, which subtly changed how they looked. One was sullen, another was joyful, one was deadpan and unsettling, while the one next to him was arrogant and disdainful. The fifth copy seemed mischievous, while the last one looked like a complete lunatic. They were his shadows. Sunny felt like pinching himself.
Hey, you guys. What are you doing?
6 identical copies of him glanced at each other, then shrugged in unison.
That's not helping.
When it became clear that none of them was going to explain himself, Sunny shook his head in bewilderment. So, this was his transformation ability. Come to think of it, does it make sense? Transformation abilities were varied. Some were more unique, while most allowed Saints to assume the shape of powerful beasts. Sunny had expected to become a giant beast as well. But then again, wasn't he already capable of that? His mastery of Shadow Shell allowed him to assume the form of all manner of creatures, provided he knew how. Serpents, leopards, and winged horrors, as long as Sunny studied someone for a bit. He could grasp the essence of their being through Shadow Dance, and recreate it through Shadow Manifestation. Of course, that transformation was purely physical, and did not grant him the mystical powers of the beings whose forms he used. In that regard, Shadow Shell was a lesser version of a true transformation ability, but it was still an immensely powerful tool, and much more versatile than almost any such ability could be. It was reasonable, then, that his transformation would have nothing to do with his body. Instead, it had to do with the invaluable helpers that followed him around, his shadows. The new ability transformed them into perfect copies of Sunny, which was different from simply making them tangible through shadow manifestation. If simply made tangible, the shadows were fragile and vulnerable, exposing his soul to lethal damage. These shadow avatars, however, were just as strong and durable as Sunny's own body was. That much was already apparent. He could see the proof himself. That proof was the marble mantle. No, it would be the onyx mantle now, wouldn't it? Its bound trait was supposed to make it as strong as his soul was. Since Sunny was transcendent now, the mantle would have risen a new rank as well. In any case, the mantle was a manifestation of the onyx shell attribute, and since each of the shadows was clad in the fearsome armor, they seemed to possess the same attribute, which meant that they possessed the rest of his attributes too. Master of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Onyx Shell, and the 3 weaves, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, and Soul Weave. Faded, meanwhile, was up in the air. Sunny was not sure if he even had such an attribute anymore. He took a deep breath. Since the shadow avatars possessed his attributes, they were just as resilient and durable as him. The weaves granted them strength and made their bodies exceedingly tenacious, while Onyx Shell granted them protection against all kinds of attacks, as well as a handful of extremely useful traits. So, they were just as robust as him, but were they as powerful? What exactly could they do? Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then decided to find out just that. He could still perceive the world through the shadows. Now that Sunny composed himself, he could give them a few simple commands to see what they were capable of. While manifested through his transcendent ability, he concentrated on the gloomy version of himself. Sunny was about to open his mouth to give the command, but at that moment, something strange happened, making him fall silent. As he concentrated on the shadow and its perception, it was as though their connection deepened and changed. Sunny was still looking at the sullen version of himself, and in turn, looking at himself through the eyes of the sullen shadow, but it felt entirely different. It was as though he was not just perceiving himself from outside his body, but actually had 2 bodies. Startled, Sunny flinched back. At the same time, the second body flinched back too, and he felt himself flinching back twice. He opened his mouth.
What the hell? What the hell?
His second body cried out as well. 2 identical voices breaking the silence of the dusty pocket of space at the same time. Sunny froze. looking at himself. At the same time, his other body also froze. Looking at himself, he felt the cracked floor under his hands and shards of concrete under his other hands. Sonny raised his left hand and waved at himself, simultaneously raising his other left hand to wave at himself. How weird. It was indeed as if there were two of him. He could not only perceive the world through the shadow avatar, but also control it as he would his own body. As his eyes suddenly glistened with burning intensity, Sonny concentrated. In the next moment, his own body waved its left hand again, while the shadow avatar waved its right. Complete independence. Throwing a glance at the other 5 copies of himself, Sonny gritted his teeth. Then, each of the 7 identical young men trapped in the ruins performed a separate action. One rose to his feet, another lowered himself to the floor, one turned his head to the left, while the one next to him turned his head to the right. The 5th closed his eyes, and the 6th pressed his hands against his ears. The last one covered his mouth with a hand. 7 stunned gasps resounded at the same time, one of them slightly muffled. The first Sonny, the original Sonny, swayed a little. Controlling 7 bodies at the same time put a lot of pressure on his mind, but it was not nearly as burdensome as almost anyone else would have found it. Sonny was perfectly accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view after all, so although it took some adjustment to exist in 7 places at the same time, he was more than capable of managing it. It was going to take some time to get used to it, but Sonny had no doubt. One day, soon, he would be able to wield his 6 shadow avatars in battle, which meant that instead of becoming a saint, Sonny had become 7 saints. After calming down a little, Sonny constructed a few simple experiments to figure out what exactly his shadow avatars were capable of. The results left him a bit breathless. The most important thing about his transformation ability was that the manifested shadows were, indeed, no different from himself. They possessed the exact same body and the exact same attributes. More than that, they were just as powerful as Sonny, meaning each of the 6 avatars was as fast, strong, and resilient as a transcendent terror. But that was not all. Not only did they possess the same power as him, they could also use the same abilities as him, meaning that all 6 avatars could independently use shadow control, shadow step, and shadow manifestation. They could also summon his shadows, wield the memories he possessed, and weave strings of shadow essence. Most frighteningly of all, each of them could form their own shadow shells. Even though maintaining several shells at the same time almost made Sonny pass out, he could theoretically turn each of his avatars into a different kind of terrifying creature. There were 2 things Sonny and his shadow avatars shared, though. The first one was rather obvious. It was his mind. The shadow avatars could act independently, following his commands to the best of their ability, but when he took direct control of their bodies, it was not as though he suddenly had several consciousnesses. Rather, his soul consciousness controlled many bodies, and therefore took on the corresponding burden. A weird quirk of that situation was that the shadows refused to speak unless the body was directly controlled by him, despite being physically able to. Whether it was an external limitation or simply not in their nature, he did not know. In any case, that meant that his flaw prohibited him from lying even through the mouths of the avatars. The second thing Sonny shared with his avatars was his soul. That was why they were able to summon his shadows and his memories. That was also why all 7 of them shared the same pool of shadow essence. Maintaining the avatars already cost him a considerable amount of essence. If all of them went around using powerful enchantments and activating their abilities simultaneously, the result would be truly cataclysmic without a doubt, but also short-lived. If Ascended Sonny possessed this transformation ability, he would have been forced to only use it to deliver short bursts of truly devastating damage or short periods of incredible utility. However, Sonny was not Ascended anymore. His transcendent soul was full of frighteningly potent essence now. and could passively replenish it with spirit essence when in the embrace of shadows to boot. Just as important was the fact that he had Soul Weave. Soul Weave entirely changed the potential of his transformation ability. With it reinforcing his soul, Sunny could summon the full wrath of his avatars for much longer. Besides that, he could also sustain a few of them permanently without losing any essence. The natural rate at which it was expended and replenished now made it so that he did not need to dismiss at least a couple of his avatars at all, which meant that he was one of those exceedingly rare, freakish saints who could maintain their transformation indefinitely. There was another important piece of information in that latest discovery, too. It was that he did not need to transform all of his shadows at the same time. He could make some into avatars while keeping the rest in their natural form. Those shadows that remained in their natural form then could augment either him or the manifested avatars. The proportion could be whatever he desired. He could augment himself with all 6 shadows, manifest an avatar and augment it with the remaining 5 shadows, share the augmentation between himself and the avatar, do the same with 2 avatars, and so on. In short, it was a supremely flexible and adaptable ability. Sunny could shift freely between being a single source of overwhelming power or several sources of slightly less unreasonable might. With his shadows added into the mix, the amount of strategies he could come up with grew even more varied.
It's ridiculous,
he murmured. The amount of power and flexibility that Sunny now commanded was nothing short of daunting. He was already slightly frightened by his transcendent might. Now that there could be 7 of him, that feeling only grew more intense. Sunny had always held a lot of respect for saints, but now that he was a saint himself, and one of the most powerful saints in existence no less, he truly understood why each of them was a singular existence among the awakened. Granted, there were some limitations to his newfound power. The burden on his mind and reserves of shadow essence was one of them, obviously. The need to arm each of the avatars with suitable equipment was another. They might all be wearing the Onyx Mantle, but that was simply because it was a manifestation of his attribute. If he summoned a powerful memory weapon, 6 copies of it would not magically appear in the hands of the avatars. There would be only one, which was a moot point for the moment. Sunny did not even have a memory weapon right now, let alone a powerful one.
How the mighty have fallen.
He spent a moment in bitter silence, shocked at the fact. And by thinking about it, Sunny had to face some other facts. Now that he had conducted the exploration of his new abilities, an initial exploration at least, he had no choice but to turn his mind to other matters. Much more frightening matters than his transcendent power was. What had happened at the end of the nightmare? What had that cursed terror, whose identity was rather obvious, done to him? Was his fate really broken? And was he free? What had happened with the other members of the cohort in Verge? Were all of them all right? What had happened to Antarctica after the Battle of the Black Skull? Now that Sunny was back in the waking world, there was no escaping finding the answers to all these questions. He looked at his 6 identical but distinct avatars. After a few moments of silence, Sunny asked,
"Shall we go take a look?"
Just as expected, he was met with silence. The shadows seemed to be looking at him with expressions of support, though, each in its own way. Sunny took a deep breath and then looked up at the unstable ceiling of the pocket of space inside a ruin that he had found himself in.
Let's climb out of this concrete tomb then.